Ladies and gentlemen, day 3 of the 28th World Investment Conference will start in just a couple of minutes. So please start taking your seats. The third and final day of the World Investment Conference will start in just a couple of minutes. So please start taking your seats. Thank you so much. Very good morning, everyone, and welcome back to day 3 of the 28th World Investment Conference here in Riyadh. Once again, my name is Ali Aslan, and I have the great pleasure of being your master of ceremony again for the third and final day of this year's WIC. Again, today we have, as we did in the previous 2 days, a full program with outstanding speakers, so much you can look forward to here on this very stage. But of course, needless to say, also in master classes, side sessions, ministerial roundtables, and so forth. A very full and busy agenda awaits us for the third and final day of the 28th World Investment Conference here in Riyadh, ladies and gentlemen. For those who are just joining us for the third day, welcome. It's great to have you with us. And we're going to kick off the third and final day with a very engaging conversation on the imperative for investment promotion agencies. And I'm delighted to welcome to the stage two individuals who can certainly speak with a great deal of expertise about this subject matter. First up, she is the CEO of Invest Barbados, Kay Ann Greenidge, and she will be joined in a conversation here by the Vice President of Invest India, Sujata UG. Please give him a warm welcome.
Get an indication.
We're making sure we don't go over time, Sujata.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. And Kay, looking forward to this conversation.
Yes, hi, good morning, everyone, and certainly Sujata. Very exciting to be here.
Yes. So to kickstart, I already know that you've been a banker and you joined as CEO of Invest Barbados in 2019. So just a brief introduction of yourself, and then you joined in 2019. So that's first, the topic today we are going to be talking about is how do we navigate uncertainty and overcoming the unknown. And the best unknown which we have all seen is the COVID. So maybe we can start the conversation with that. How did you manage to navigate COVID?
Certainly, Sujata. So my name is Kay Greenidge for everyone. I joined Invest Barbados in September 2019. Not knowing at that time, we talk about unknowns, but definitely not knowing at that time that by March 2020, the world would have been in the COVID pandemic. And we had to lead the investment promotion agency on a whole different trajectory than was planned when I first joined Invest Barbados. Aftercare program for our investors became of critical importance because, of course, there were many changes, there were many directives, there were many, the whole economy, the whole countries were pivoting depending on what was happening with the COVID pandemic. And these investors, existing investors who were on the ground, were asking many questions. It meant that, one, you had to be innovative, you had to be responsive, you had to ensure that the communications to your existing clients or even potential clients who were thinking about your country but now would have put it on pause, you have to make sure those communication lines were open. Of course, as the IPA itself, you had to determine how do I continue to operate and not just go home and lie down and sleep. We still had to continue to operate to be able to provide your services, albeit in a lockdown world economy and albeit remotely. So it taught us also about innovation and really going to that digital innovation to still be able to reach the world. But it brought in, Sujata, some other issues in terms of supply chain. And I know from where you sit, you probably would have had some of that same challenges and so on. So perhaps, again, obviously everyone here probably knows who you are, but introducing yourself. And tell us how you had those particular challenges in terms of supply chains.
Sure. I think one, COVID exposed, or it just brought out the vulnerability in supply chain, where we were all scrambling for food security, vaccine security, so healthcare, and also that how do we position as a country to handle such unknowns. So supply chain became a very critical part of the overall government strategy and priority for each of the government. Fortunately for us, we had this Make in India program, which is the flagship program of our Prime Minister way back in 2014. So there was already a lot of focus on manufacturing and self-reliance in India. The supply chain vulnerability then just accelerated that initiative. When we started, we had about 59 sectors in focus at Invest India, and many a times IPAs struggle as to what is our priority. So what we did was, first is we aligned with our national priority, identified core focus sector, could be renewables, infrastructure, many other sectors like tourism, textiles, pharma, wherever we have our expertise and also where we have our vulnerabilities. And in terms of supply chain, we reversed the bill of material and saw that what is the important pieces which are missing that we need to build locally for the ecosystem. And now I am happy to say that those important sectors we are looking at Make in India and Make for the World. So that's where I think the focus and the verticals helped us a lot in terms of managing the supply chain expectation. And again, climate change is something very important that we are navigating as one of the uncertainty. And most of the conversation is around investments in clean economy. So Barbados, I'm sure you have a lot of climate vulnerability. How do you navigate? And also there is a lot of opportunity in sustainable and clean economy sectors. How are you managing those?
Yes, well, you know, our Prime Minister, the Honorable Mia Motley, is a climate champion for the world globally. And she calls it the climate crisis. And it is very real. We've seen changes in weather in Barbados that you would never believe. I certainly won't believe it after being alive for 50 years and saying this never happened. But it's about when you're looking now for investment, and even the investors, they're looking for sustainable and feasible type of investment. They're looking a focus on the ESGs. They're looking to ensure that the countries that are, and the markets that they go in can contribute to that sustainability of the environment. So you're looking at shifting your focus to sectors more focused on renewable. We have a goal to actually become carbon neutral by 2030. So obviously, a lot of the investment focus for us is in those areas to ensure sustainability and feasibility to our environment, of course, while bringing in foreign direct investment. And it's a natural thing that you have to go with the world over. So it's not only unique to Barbados. Our change in climate will be a little different to the change in climate in India, but it is still changing.
True.
So we're talking about all of the challenges, and we spoke about COVID, we spoke about climate change, you know, we spoke about supply chain, and there's this little bug sometimes that people want to say, you know, is a challenge, but is it really a challenge? And we're talking about AI. So from your perspective, Sujata, how do you view AI? How does it, how do you think it would affect IPAs and what we do? You know, we go then promote. How do we utilize it to our advantage?
Yeah, sure. AI is again, I would say, the perceived both as an opportunity and as a challenge. India has been in the forefront, especially through our digital public infrastructure. We were able to scale up many of our interventions thanks to the DPIs which India has built. So we see AI as a huge opportunity. Though there are multiple conversations about people losing our job in the short run when AI takes over in the mainstream. But we look at it as an opportunity, especially in the challenges which we just discussed. It could be supply chain, it could be climate change. India has a very thriving startup ecosystem. So we have the third largest startup ecosystem, and most of our startups are in the area of deep tech. And when we are talking about deep tech, we are talking about opportunities which AI has created, and then those are scalable solutions which can be implemented across any geography. Second, when we are talking about internally how, as Invest India, we are utilizing AI, most of the time we are utilizing them for ease of doing business, right? As an investor walking in, how do you perceive their requirement, how do you handhold them, how do you even promote the opportunities, and with a mess and it's a huge maze of, policies, and India is a very complex geography also. We have almost 30 plus states and UTs. So that is a complex framework to navigate for an investor. So we use AI in terms of showcasing our policies, customizing the investor requirement, and then showcasing the opportunities, the subsidies, the incentives which are available in those sectors, and helping them choose the right partner when they are visiting the country. So AI for us is truly a blessing. But then, yes, in the short term, there is a challenge which we are helping to navigate.
Yes, so what I'm hearing you saying, and I think what we are all saying, is about, in general, take any challenge that comes your way. Take any challenge, whether it be climate, whether it be AI, whether it be COVID or another pandemic, and utilize that challenge to see the opportunities that actually come out of those challenges, and use those challenges to be innovative, creative, view a problem that a way you probably have never viewed it before, and create your solutions. And the other word is adaptability. Be able to adapt. And that is the way we've operated through a number of our challenges. And we live in this global world, so challenges will be there. It is just how you meet with those challenges and how you utilize those challenges to your benefits.
Absolutely. And platforms such as the World Investment Conference, they bring together the IPAs so that we are able to collaborate, we are able to unite to ignite our minds, and then unlock the opportunities and face these uncertainties on their face.
So, Sujata, we would love to continue this conversation. And obviously, we want to continue the conversation with any of you that want to have the conversation with us from our perspectives, from our particular sectors or location in the world perspectives, as we're here from all over the world. But of course, our time has run out. So I have to say thank you very much, Sujata. Very wonderful conversation, and we can continue it after.
Thank you, Kay. It's a pleasure to be here with you and have this conversation. Looking forward.
Thank you so much, Kayan and Sujata, for kicking off day 3 in such an informative and energetic style. Barbados is certainly on my list of places to travel, so I will put that on the list. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, the next panel up here on stage is titled Bridging Borders, Facilitating Global Corporate Partnerships and Investments. It's promising to be a very insightful, very interesting panel indeed. I see the speakers are already here and ready to go. This session will be moderated by the General Delegate of Anima Investment Network, Emanuele Nutari. Please give him a warm welcome. And he will be joined, hello, Mr. Moderator, and he will be joined by the Head of Bilateral Economic Relations at SECO, Ambassador Andrea Rauber, ladies and gentlemen. And we also have on the stage the Chief of Staff at the ICC, David Cicero, ladies and gentlemen. Please give them all a warm welcome. Hello, good to have you. And last but certainly not least, from the International Trade Center, please welcome Mr. Oliveira Gomez. And another speaker, James Tu, couldn't be here, was supposed to join, and we will see his video remarks that he sent right after this panel. But for now, Emanuele, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and welcome everyone for this session. Welcome also to these dear speakers. In this session, we'd like to address two topics, really. First, the topics of barriers. We are in a global conference where multinationals are seeking for investment opportunities all over the world. Obviously, the regulation, the culture, the behavior, the business habits all these could be barriers that could hinder the opportunities for development and for internationalization of company. So the idea is to see with our panelists what are these barriers and how we can help to overcome this barrier, how we can, especially as investment promotion agencies, as public authorities, facilitate the development of companies and overcome and lift these barriers to facilitate the development. And another topic that is very important we want to discuss within this session is the topic of integration, how we can root sustainably a company within our country. It was addressed by Invest Barbados in the previous session. Aftercare is a big issue, especially now since the COVID, and it showed the COVID crisis showed the necessity to develop these aftercare strategies. And how we can root a company, how we can generate the maximum spillovers from a foreign investment in a country. It's an important issue, how we can develop sustainable links with academics, with the economic tissue. All these are very important. So how we can, how this is evolving from a public perspective is a topic we want to deal with within this session. For this session, I have with me Ambassador Andrea Robert-Saxer, the head of Bilateral Economic Relations Division's State Secretariat for Economic Affairs of Switzerland. Sorry, Andrea. I have with me Escipion Joaquim Oliveira Gomez, the Director for Division of Enterprises, Competitiveness and Institutions of ITC, International Trade Center, and Davide Cicchero, Chief of Staff at ICC. So welcome everyone. I just would like to make a first round of presentation. Ambassador, if you can start presenting yourself, presenting what is your organization, and then we'll start with a discussion.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. My name is Andrea Rauber-Saxer. I represent the State Secretariat for Economic Affairs. In our institution, which is part of the Ministry for Economic Affairs, we are on the one hand promoting trade relations with the whole world, but we are also promoting Switzerland as an investment place. And we are working with other countries to support them to establish good economic policies.
Thank you. Davide?
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. Is it working? Yes, it is working. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure being here. My name is Davide Cicchero. I'm the Chief of Staff at the International Chamber of Commerce, ICC, based out of Paris. Some of you know ICC is the world's largest business organization. We represent in total more than 45 million companies in over 170 countries worldwide. 70% of our members are actually from the Global South. We have a direct presence through national committees in now just under 100 countries worldwide, including Saudi Arabia, where we are present through a national committee, ICC Saudi Arabia. What the mission of the International Chamber is, essentially, is to promote peace and prosperity through trade. This has been at the core of our mission since we were established. We look to work with like-minded organizations as well as countries around the globe to promote open trade and investment systems. The rules and standards that the ICC curates, whether it's the Incoterms, the ATA carnet, certificates of origin, currently curate more than and facilitate more than 17.5 trillion US dollars worth of economic activity every year. So that's around 20% of global GDP. And we essentially strive for free and fair trade and investment system globally.
Thank you, Escipion.
Thank you very much.
I think it will come.
Thank you very much. My name is Escipion Oliveira. I come from one of the 23 most beautiful countries and territories in the Caribbean. I work at the International Trade Center. For those that do not know who we are the son or daughter of the WTO and the United Nations. And our role is to ensure that SMEs can succeed in the world stage. We are led by our director, Ms. Pamela Cook-Hamilton, And our motto is to transform trade and change lives, because we put people at the center of our work. We are working in 4 main areas that we call them moonshots. It's youth, digital, gender, and green, because we do believe that these are the ways that we can achieve competitiveness. I would say that, because I like Proverbs, is that ITC is working with a lot of partners. WIPA is then, SECO is another, because we work very closely with SECO. And like they say in Africa, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. So what we're trying to do here today with ICC and our colleagues is to go far and promote the Sustainable Development Goals together at your service in Geneva.
So we'll start our discussion, thank you, Escipion, on the barriers. And we turn to you, Escipion. As ITC, you accompany markets, countries in their welcoming into investments. What are, according to your experience, the common barriers for companies when they internationalize, when they invest abroad, when they trade abroad? What are the common barriers that we can witness?
Thank you very much. I will try to divide the barriers into different types. First is the infrastructure. Especially for some of the countries, there's lack of adequate infrastructure and information on what are the markets available. Another big barrier for us is a mental barrier. First, SMEs understanding that internationalizing themselves is not that difficult, finding the necessary information that they need really to succeed. I would say that it's very difficult to internationalize yourself when you're not necessarily competitive in your region. So also change the mindset of the region, create regional blocks. For example, for this conference, we brought 6 IPAs from East Africa together with the East African community, with my colleagues that are here today, Sylvia and Penny. So what we really try to do is the change of mindset. And one of the mindsets we want to change is change the mindset of public servants from tax collector to business facilitator. And this is something that has to permeate throughout public administration. I think working with people like ICC, we have to change that. I think public-private sector dialogue to understand those barriers, to understand what are the challenges. And I will also mention other type of barriers, what I call external barriers. And one of the most important ones for me, especially the way I talked about regional integration, is rules of origin. It's not that easy to create global value chains by the accumulation of rules of origin. I worked in the past a lot in Africa, promoting the African Continental Free Trade Area. And then you have many countries that trade under everything but arms. Other ones trade by other systems like the IPAs or with the European Union, economic partnership agreements. And cumulation between those agreements is not that easy. So we have to change really the way that they accumulate. And maybe the last barrier for me would be the environmental and social governance regulations that rule the world. Developing countries, well, I come from a developing country, and I assure that I love my kids. I have been able to ski in rivers in my country when I was young. That will never do that now, because I am not crazy, and I don't want to die of some kind of bacteria infection. But it is true that we do have to protect the environment. But there has to be, I would say, the relation between long-term and short-term. What we propose is really a dialogue, a strong dialogue, and allow developing countries to participate in the development of those rules, and also give those countries time and money to adapt. And this is the work that we're trying to do in that process, really selling prosperity, talking together, and I think that the discussions of this type of discussions are the utmost importance on how we can achieve that global sustainable development goals under the leadership of the Secretary General of the UN and the Director of the WTO.
So you mentioned the role of public administration and the change of mindset. You, ITC, you have programs to accompany the transformation of these agencies, administration, investment promotion agencies, trade promotion agencies. So what exactly can they do, these actors, in terms of facilitation and lifting the barriers? And what do you offer to help them change their mindset, develop these new services, become what you say, business facilitator rather than just administration putting stamps on projects?
Yes, the division that I'm privileged to lead cooperates with trade promotion organizations, IPAs, chambers of commerce, and other ones. So what we're really trying to do is to train people. And the fact of being here at this conference and bringing 6 investment promotion agencies from East Africa is part of that. It has been tremendous, the discussion that we have had. Even this morning, David and I were in a discussion with youth from Saudi Arabia that really enlightened us. So we do participate. First, we do a lot of benchmarking to understand where you are, exchange of best practices. The fact that we work with SECO as well, bringing the knowledge of Switzerland. Switzerland is a country that has 4 distinct communities, 4 different languages, but it's a national identity. How can you translate that into regional integration? Understand that your neighbor is not your main competitor. And that type of, because when we talk about IPAs, I believe one of the main challenges would be that you try to compete on concessions that are unsustainable with your neighbor, because it brings everybody down. So also I have here colleagues from the Caribbean Association of Investment Promotion Agencies that we have supported in the past. And I think that that type of dialogue, training, awareness of a greater good is things that we are very capable of. We have very good experts that can go into an IPA, a WTPO, and work with them. But it has to be together again. I insist a lot in working with other United Nations agencies. We work a lot with UNIDO, UNCTAD, ILO was here as well. So how we, the World Bank, how can we, the international community together, work with people, but not replacing them? Because I have been with a lot of consultants that come and tell you what to do. First, listen to people.
Thank you very much, Scipion. Ambassador Robert Saxer, I turn to you on the same topic, really. What's your view on the barriers that are facing Swiss company, because you accompany Swiss company to internationalize, to go abroad, and coming back to this idea of change of mindset, you are precisely an agency in Switzerland, so when was this change of mindset within the Swiss organization to become really a facilitator rather than just an administration, applying the rules?
Well, I would, instead of talking about barriers, I would like to use the term keys for success, to basically put it in a positive way. What are the keys of success? In my view, there are 3 important issues. One is stability, then predictability, and accessibility. So obviously a country that is stable and changes are not happening overnight, like in Switzerland, that's an important part for companies and an important part of our attraction. And the same goes for predictability. When we change our laws and our rules, we don't just do that in a secret way, but in a very transparent way and with consultations. We talk a lot to our companies and we explain to them what we want to achieve and we find the solutions together. And I think that's an important part of our success. And then the third issue, accessibility. Our authorities are accessible to the business sector from the lowest level to the top level. And, you know, the other day, a CEO I talked to, he told me, you know, what I like about Switzerland, I can call someone at 8 a.m. in the morning, talk to them about my issue, and I get the solution very soon, and I have someone who really feels responsible to help me. That's what I mean by accessibility. And also our cantonal ministers, they have open doors and they really try to facilitate an investment into Switzerland. And so if I turn that the other way around, in Switzerland, for a long time, obviously like any other country, we tried to attract investments into our country. Now, our population has grown, space is limited in Switzerland, and so we have realized we don't lose anything if our companies invest abroad. On the contrary, this is just as important for our economy as it is for the partner economy. So we are helping our companies to invest abroad as well. And they are looking for the same keys for success also in another country, stability, predictability, accessibility. Now, obviously, not every country offers all of it at the same time. However, I think, and that's what I already heard now about Saudi in the short time I arrived, I think accessibility, that's a big issue here as well, and to talk to companies. And, you know, if you see an investment as a partnership project, I think that is really when it comes to a success. And obviously you have your rules, you have to make sure that your policies are implemented, but it's all about common sense. How to do that and how to implement what you wish to do in a predictable way. You know, all our countries know that the world is not the same anywhere, but the more they are able to prepare for the situation on the ground, the better it is for both sides.
So you are accessible also for your companies, but you also have an action abroad in partner countries to maybe to train, to help your partner countries to develop services that are more or less compatible with what Swiss company can find at home. Can you explain how you relate trade development, trade facilitation, and international cooperation?
Yeah, well, it's not about copy-pasting what we are doing. I think what works for Switzerland doesn't necessarily work for anyone else. However, we do have programs where we can support authorities, how to develop into an attractive country which attracts investments and promotes ease of doing business and works well in helping trade. So I think that's the success of an economy really depends on these issues, and we do have programs with various countries around the world to help them to do exactly that. And then we have also other measures, like I'm here in Saudi for this conference, but also for our Joint Economic Commission, where with Saudi, with other partner countries, we have such commissions. We talk about barriers to trade, barriers to investment, and we try to resolve them. And that's, again, it's a partnership issue. And that's, in my view, that's the important thing, that we see that together, from G to G, but also B to G, we have a large delegation from the business sector which joins our discussions. I think if everyone sits around the table, that's how we can resolve issues, and again, both sides benefit.
Thank you very much, Excellency. I turn now to David from International Chamber of Commerce. So what ICC could offer to a company to lift these barriers to trade and investment, or to an agency, maybe which is in the room, and who could need ICC support or collaboration?
Thank you, Emmanuel. It's obviously a great question. And first of all, I just would like to start by saying that I obviously fully subscribe to the other suggestions that have been made by my fellow panelists. I think the way we look at things in terms of what can really help countries facilitate investment attraction from an ICC's perspective is really one sort of, one key kind of core area, which is effective dispute resolution mechanisms. That's really what we see as fundamental in terms of attracting foreign direct investment. And this is what really we have been focusing on, and this is really where ICC can help. Just for context, we've been actually working very closely recently with the World Bank, who essentially came up with a new report in October, which is called the Be Ready report. So the Be Ready report essentially is a study that the World Bank conducted with a pilot set of countries, which are now 50, where they're looking at essentially the investment attractiveness of these countries across 3 pillars, essentially. First one being around regulatory framework, the second pillar being around public services, the third one being around operational excellency. And what the World Bank did, and we provided support and data from our network of as I said before, 45 million companies around 170 countries, is essentially to look at how countries perform across these three pillars along the various stages of the life cycle of a company. So from registration all the way to dispute resolution and dealing with insolvency issues. What we see as a critical component in the overall attractiveness for a country is how that country deals with effectively dispute resolutions. We at the ICC have the International Court of Arbitration. The ICC International Court of Arbitration is actually the world's leading arbitral institution in the world. We have been handling more than 29,000 cases since we were established in 1923. And effectively, in 2023, we recorded a record number of cases. We recorded nearly 900 cases in 2023 only, which is essentially a 25% increase compared to the previous year, compared to 2022. And what we're seeing is that countries are increasingly proposing the services of an independent, impartial, neutral court of arbitration to foreign investors to make them more comfortable in investing in their local economies, to ensure that there is more predictability, there is more essentially stability around the way the disputes that will, in one way or the other, emerge will be dealt with. And what we're seeing is that, also looking at the data from 2023, is that the ICC Court of Arbitration is usually sought after for investment of large size. So the average amount of, say, disputed sort of investment within the ICC Court of Arbitration is in the range of 65 million US dollars. And that can range from lower values up to obviously higher than $100 million and even more. So the services that we provide in terms of alternative dispute resolutions are very much compatible with the type of investment that countries are trying to essentially bring into their domestic economies. And we've seen, again, just an increase, as I said before, in terms of cases that we're handling. Last year it was a record year. We're seeing that there is an increase not only in cross-border investment disputes, but also in within-border disputes as well. Before we had, obviously, companies from different countries, or company from one country and a state entity from another country entering into a potential dispute. Now we're seeing company to company within a certain country that also opt for the services of the ICC International Court of Arbitration to settle their disputes, because that also provides greater predictability and stability, obviously, in the ruling. And just consistently...
For you, this increase, it's more a way that things are being normalized and more being more transparent, more facilitated, rather than an increase of the issues that arise in the business, no?
That's correct, exactly. And we actually have, there is like a lot of economic research that has been done around this topic. And what we see is that let's say in general, a greater access to international commercial arbitration is usually associated with an increase in FDI volumes in countries that opt for that possibility. And on this specific note, maybe I think what would be useful is that we're also witnessing an increase in the number of countries that are directly referring to international arbitration in their investment laws, and also to specifically the services of the ICC International Court of Arbitration in their investment laws. This was the case recently in Argentina, where as part of the omnibus law that was drafted by the Milei cabinet in late 2023, which then was adopted in June this year, there was essentially a new investment kind of regime that was implemented and passed into law. And essentially what that investment law tells you is that for investors that are seeking to invest an amount of money that is greater than, equal to, or greater than 200 million US dollars in certain critical sectors, like, for example, infrastructure, construction, mining, and the likes, local Argentinian partners, they have to give foreign investors the possibility to opt for international courts of arbitration in their contracts.
you want to comment, yeah?
Yeah,
Ambassador?
I would like to jump in because I think it's really important what Davide just mentioned. And to me, this is part of the predictability key to really have an effective dispute settlement mechanism. It's part of the framework. Basically, it's the big three. We need to have a free trade agreement. We need to have a good double taxation agreement. And we need to have a good investment protection agreement. And part of the investment protection agreement is obviously the settlement of disputes. Okay. Obviously, we all hope that disputes do not arise. However, we need to be prepared. And for our companies, this is one of the key factors to have an effective bilateral investment protection treaty in place. And if there is such a treaty, they really do follow up with their investment, and that promotes it. Okay. So that's why we really make sure that we have these big three in place with all the countries that are interested in doing business with us.
Thank you, Excellency. We'll stay with you for the next topic. So we move to our second topic, which is integration of FDI in our country. Indeed, when we welcome a company in our country, what we want is the maximum spillovers in terms of job creation, in terms of value creation, in terms of transfer of know-how, in terms of training, education, level of the job created, etc. So in Switzerland, do you have any conditionality when you have foreign companies and you have large foreign companies established in Switzerland? Is it an issue, this integration and these spillovers? Is there a discussion between the company and the state? What do you expect as a country, Switzerland, from these investors, and how do you try to facilitate and to maximize these spillovers?
Well, obviously, like any country, we expect foreign companies to follow our laws. And I mean, what you mentioned by the spillover effects, I think that's why they are attracted to come to Switzerland, because we already have a good ecosystem in place. We have excellent universities who are interested in cooperating. We have a very skilled labor force. And we have a very good education system. What is sometimes an issue for companies, they don't know our vocational training system so well. That means that young people, when they finish school, they start working and are being educated at the same time. And there is not really a conditionality to offer such kind of apprenticeships. However, it's well liked and it's good for the reputation of the company. And again, it helps them also to attract more people, also better skilled people. And so
you mean the population itself, the Swiss, they are looking at the foreign companies, and the companies in general, and how they behave, and they are valorizing and...
Definitely, of course. And I mean, as a company, you want to be attractive for the market, but you also want to be attractive for the labor force. And there is a big competition nowadays. All compete around the same talents. So reputation is a huge issue, definitely.
And as an agency or as a state, do you have mechanism, negotiation processes or discussion processes or reviews?
No, we don't have any official reviews, but I mean, I mentioned that our authorities are very accessible, so we are in constant dialogue with our companies, and we have a lot of fora where people talk to each other, and so it's very natural.
Okay, you're lucky. Thank you very much. Scipion, International Trade Center. As we said, you accompany, you train, you capacity build IPA. Do you see a growing demand on this topic precisely of maximizing the spillovers of companies, negotiation skills, assessment of the projects and assessment of the potential spillovers of the project? Do you see a growing demand from the countries, from the agencies in this domain, and how do you address that with at ITC? Sorry.
Yes, absolutely. I believe that the world is changing and changing rapidly. And this is why we have invested a lot in digital skills. Information is also key. I believe that the information systems that the ITC has developed, what we call the global public goods, are really world-class and used by a lot of people. I used them before I joined ITC. So I do believe that IPAs and TPOs, because I think that we have to see trade and investment as one coin with two faces. And it's difficult to separate both. This is why before I spoke about rules of origin that are mainly linked really to trade. So yes, there's a lot of interest of capacity building. Unfortunately, in many countries, there's a high rotation of staff in some of the IPAs and TPOs because people get exposure, then they get hired by the private sector. So you need to constantly be training people. But I believe that what we try to do all together, and I like exactly what Davide was saying about arbitration, is creating trust. Why we have to create trust between the private sector and the governments internationally and locally. And one of the things that we're also building trust is between the consumer and the companies. This is why ITC has invested a lot in quality systems. First, quality systems are the most important to be able to have the necessary accreditation to export, but it also creates trust in the consumer in the country. When you improve a quality system of a country for export, you're actually helping the health of those citizens of that country to have better access to products and services. So I do believe that this is of the utmost importance, and I want to stress a lot partnerships. We work at three main levels. The first one will be macro level policy. What policy are in place to be able to promote that investment and that trade? Meso level capacity building of chambers of commerce, of IPAs, of TPOs, of universities. How can we link the research in an institution in our countries, innovation that we were talking this morning in a separate? How can you link that? In the developing world, it's two different things. While in Europe and the United States, it's very linked. A lot of the research of SMEs is on a university level. And the last one would be at the enterprise level, really supporting them, give them access to quality systems, to packaging. You don't sell a product the same way in Saudi Arabia that you sell it in Japan. Yeah, even the colors of the packaging would be different. So all of these things. And I wanted just to end by saying that we are proud of our partners. We work a lot with WIPA. We're proud of that. We work a lot with the European Union, which is one of our main donors, and we really thank them for that. And of course with SECO, of course, because we're based in Switzerland, such a beautiful country. And I would say that our main motto is not to give men fish, but to teach them how to fish. I like proverbs and sayings, but I think it's very important because they do reflect the wisdom. I'm sorry if I spoke too long.
Thank you. I have to make a comment, maybe on a personal promotion, sorry. I'm the director of Anima Investment Network. Maybe I did not present myself. We are a network of investment promotion agencies from Europe, Middle East and Africa, and we have developed an assessment of an FDI assessment mechanism tool to help countries to evaluate, to assess a project when it arrives in a country. It's called Impact Rating, impactrating.com. You can connect that on the internet. If you're interested, we can help you to get equipped in your negotiation skills, because it's part of the negotiation to be able to assess properly the spillovers of a project. This is into brackets, sorry. Coming back to David. So you are seeing everyday deals being between state and companies, between companies to envisage future disputes. This conditionalities, these spillovers, this future impact, do you see that conditionalities introduced within the countries to companies deals, or is it still a bit early?
Yeah, it's actually a very good question, and I've been pondering on this and did some research, and we found out that actually it's not a standard clause that is currently inserted in sort of bilateral kind of contracts between, say, foreign companies and local state partners, in terms of requirements for local sort of capacity building or local development of local skills, etc. and therefore we do not see really an increase in disputes around this issue. What we do see though, and I think this is actually quite interesting and potentially could be linked to this very issue going forward, is the fact that countries at a bilateral level, so we're talking state-to-state relationships, they are increasingly recurring to the use of bilateral investment treaties, or BITs. And what we see is that since 2014 specifically, there has been a quite significant increase in the amount of these bilateral investment treaties that specifically make reference to international arbitration, and specifically to the international arbitration of the ICC court. So this is something that we're seeing there is an increase in, which is quite promising because, again, this already provides investors from both sides with greater predictability, precisely as the ambassador was saying before, and obviously more guarantee for potential bilateral investment attraction. So potentially going forward, it would be useful to see how these bilateral investment treaties could also potentially contain references to these. But the role that we are playing beyond the actual, let's say, resolution of disputes is essentially working with precisely investment promotion agencies, IPAs, and this is why we are very happy to be here for the World Investment Conference and also our partnership with WIPA, because we believe there is a lot of work that can be done between the ICC Court of Arbitration, local chambers of commerce, investment promotion agencies, in terms of also developing the arbitration capabilities of local players who can obviously complement the work that is done at the global level in an international court such as ours in Paris. And this is precisely what we have been doing, and this is something that is very much, again, consistent with our mandate in terms of wanting to promote peace and prosperity through trade and investment. We have, for example, very recently signed a cooperation agreement with Ukraine Invest, which is the Ukrainian Foreign Direct Investment Agency, or IPA. I was, in fact, in Kiev 3 weeks ago with my Secretary General. We were there for the Kiev International Economic Forum, and as part of that, we announced this agreement with Ukraine Invest, which is obviously the agency responsible for attracting FDI into the country, which, as the country seeks to slowly but surely rebuild its economy, there will be a lot of foreign investment that will be needed in key sectors such as obviously infrastructure, energy, and the likes. So one way through which we are facilitating Ukraine's efforts to attract FDI is by giving foreign investors who are committed to contributing to Ukraine's reconstruction projects the possibility to access the services of the ICC court in terms of alternative dispute resolution services available at lower rates. So what we're hoping is that by essentially offering our services in a privileged fashion, this would also provide investors with greater confidence in investing in Ukrainian infrastructure projects and rebuilding the overall economy. And also as part of that, we will be holding a number of workshops in partnership with the Ukrainian IPA. We'll be holding, obviously, capacity development trainings for local staff when it comes to essentially developing their capabilities and dealing with foreign investors. And maybe last point that I would like to mention here is that the stage, obviously, of the, say, conflict in Ukraine is at a point where now it is possible to start thinking through this and already plan for the, say, day after. But we're always, as you know, by our nature, we're always very much involved in other situations of conflict where potentially the private sector could play a role in the sort of economic kind of reconstruction post-conflict. And this is why we are already, for example, working quite closely in Palestine. We have effectively entered into an agreement with a group of business leaders from Palestine, but also from elsewhere, which is called Palestine Emerging. So Palestine Emerging has put together a blueprint for what the reconstruction of Gaza and the West Bank could look like from an infrastructure standpoint, but obviously from a connectivity standpoint and the likes. And ICC essentially is the key implementation partner for this blueprint, which has already received a lot of support from the World Bank, other multilateral development banks, bilateral donors and the likes. And so we will effectively be supporting the development of the Palestinian private sector by, for example, providing them with greater access to foreign markets, developing the capabilities of local SMEs through, for example, the principles of international trade, access to trade finance products, and the like. So this is, again, just in line with what we stand for, which is promoting peace and prosperity through trade.
Thank you. This will be your last word because we have to finish the panel. Thank you very much, David. The last word of Escipion, what will be your advice to a country that wants to facilitate incoming investment and incoming trade to lift these barriers? What would be your key advices as a summary of the discussion we had today?
I believe that is to talk to each other, talk to your private sector, talk to your neighbor, talk to your client. Also take care about the person that invested in your country as well. Aftercare is of the utmost importance. A lot of IPAs are always concentrated in the next investment, but most current investment is most likely to reinvest. So we are very committed to multilateralism, and I believe that we have to cherish it, and that would only work by promoting trust. I do believe that ITC and other UN agencies are building this trust with partners like WIPA, like SECO, like the European Union, and basically at your service in Geneva, and really looking forward to continue promoting sustainable global development.
Ambassador, what will be your advice to partner countries in terms of these two topics of lifting barriers and at the same time maximizing the impact?
Well, we already mentioned quite a lot of factors. One factor we have not touched upon yet, in my view, is transparency, corporate social responsibility. Our companies are under a lot of scrutiny in Switzerland. They have to report about what they're doing abroad. And so it's also important that local authorities are aware of these issues as well. It's part of the compliance structures for our companies, and yeah, so the more transparent and the better these issues work, the better also to be attractive for foreign investors.
Thank you very much. But Davide, we still have some time for you. You're lucky. So one last word of advice to partner countries on the same issue to summarize our discussion today.
Well, I think there are, very interesting takeaways from what we've heard in this panel, but also in general across the 3 days of the conference. Obviously, working together is an important kind of component. Sharing experiences across the WIPA kind of network is also very important. From our standpoint, obviously representing the global private sector, the key takeaway would be, beyond obviously dispute resolutions, is obviously work closely with your prospective investors, have dedicated sessions with them, listen to their concerns, and help them really understand kind of the journey that it takes to invest in your country. This is something that we believe is really fundamental. And it's why, even here, for example, in Saudi, the fact that obviously an Invest Saudi project and program was launched, and then it was also followed through by the establishment of the Saudi Investment Promotional Authority, is always an important and very welcome step for international investors who increasingly ask for essentially a one-stop shop where all of the information and the processes and the procedures related to developing their businesses, entering a new market, are essentially concerned.
Yeah, and this comes back to, yeah, please.
Just commenting on what David said, I think that Saudi is one of the best examples I've seen. Believe in yourself. Invest in your country. I've been really surprised. And I think that is one of the best things I would say to the developing world. Invest in your people, invest in your country, believe in yourself.
And this comes back to your first point on infrastructure and information. Indeed, I think nobody has to fear to enter into a dialogue, a constructive dialogue with a company, with an investor, be it on lifting the barriers, be it on assessing a project and negotiating with an investor. I think business is about deals. and countries have to be ready to make deals with companies as well. So especially after the COVID, and which showed how important the public sphere, the public actors could be, and how aftercare was important. I think IPA do not have to fear to enter into a constructive discussion with the companies and maximize their impact in the country. Thank you very much for the panelists to share your analysis and view. Thank you, WIPA, for the invitation of us all. And I leave you now with a video of our next panelist, and we have to go back to the room. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. It is my pleasure to be part of this session. Let me first congratulate Saudi Arabia on hosting such a terrific conference. The kingdom is a major global investment hub, and Foxconn is honored to be among this audience today. Bridging borders, facilitating global corporate partnerships and investments is important work. I am the Chief Investment Officer of Foxconn, the world's largest electronic manufacturing service provider. 4 out of every 10 high-tech gadgets in the world are made by Foxconn. My name is James Du. I've been looking at cross-border investment strategy for over 2 decades. Let me focus on best practice to success in my brief remarks. Foxconn is headquartered in Taiwan and a global market leader in what we do. This leadership is supported across 24 countries and in over 200 locations. We get this far because of partnerships. There are so many partnerships we've been benefited from in our 50 years in business. Here is my first takeaway. Share, collaborate, and thrive. This is what I would say is best practice in overcoming barriers in cross-border collaborations. I'll give you one example. A year ago, Foxconn announced it was teaming up with one of the world's largest automotive suppliers, German's ZF Group. Our partner secured resources for profitable growth, new customer access, and additional development fields beyond this growing core market of axle system assembly. For us, Foxconn immediately reached new perspectives in the automotive sector. Earlier this year, the JV that resulted from this partnership estimated its revenue will be able to double by the end of this decade. Another example is Foxconn's investment in Japanese robotic company called Teleexistence. We were one of the 6 international investors in this emerging startup that uses AI technologies to innovate automation. Share, collaborate, and thrive. Those are among Foxconn's core values that is contributing to our best practice and success in cross-border collaborations. Here's my second takeaway. Sustainability matters. Foxconn is a member of RE100. Our net zero pathway is validated by SBTi. We operate AWEF designated lighthouse factories. We motivate our own with prestigious in-house sustainability awards. Having a strong commitment for sustainability is what I would say is another best practice in overcoming barriers in cross-border collaborations. From our experience in bridging borders, Foxconn has identified key principles essential for successful partnerships. These include the necessity of mutual benefit to create win-win situations, and fostering a global perspective with a localized mindset, and strong support from public sectors. It is an honor to share with you today at the World Investment Conference. This gathering symbolizes the spirit of international partnership and global collaboration, a spirit that has driven progress and prosperity across borders. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. gentlemen, thank you for the video. Thank you for your attention. Of course, thank you to our panel before. Much more to be discussed, obviously, here on this very stage, ladies and gentlemen. The next session is titled Informative Advertising is Persuasive, the Art of Investor Engagement. That's one I'm very much looking forward to it. It will be moderated by the Director or the Head of International Media Relations at APCO. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Naweed Jabalkhir. Please give him a warm welcome. Jaweed, great to have you with us. And he will be joined on stage by the CEO of OCO Global, Gareth Hagan. Please give him a warm welcome. Also on this panel will be the CEO of Invest Cyprus, Marios Tannousis. Somewhere, I think she's being mic'd up perhaps as we speak. And last but certainly not least, we have the founder and managing director of Kent Consulting and Events, Zahra Fatah. Ladies and gentlemen, please give her a hand. And with that, Naweed, the floor is yours.
I'm glad we've got all of the panelists here. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 3 of the World Investment Conference. Very happy to be back here in Riyadh. This panel looking at informative advertising and how we can shape the investor journey, how countries can attract investors in this current global climate. On the whole, foreign direct investment dipped slightly last year to about $1.3 trillion US. That's according to figures from the UN body UNCTAD. Its report pointed out a few crucial challenges for the global economy as well as the investment landscape. One of them, the slowdown in major markets such as China, persistent inflation, which is something that many nations around the world have witnessed, along with the concurrent rise in interest rates that come with that as a tool to try and bring down the inflation, and geopolitical tensions as well, another major factor impacting investment all around the world. That said, there are some bright spots. It's not all doom and gloom. This region in particular, the likes of Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, seeing a growth in foreign direct investment, as well as parts of Southeast Asia, the likes of Malaysia and Singapore doing particularly well according to that report. So given that climate, a key question then is how do IPAs, how do countries in this current environment attract investors? What techniques and tools can they use to try and get investors to understand what they want particularly and how to build those long-term relationships? Those are the sorts of things we're hopefully going to delve into today with the expert panel, and very happy to say we've got a range of expertise here from the government sector as well as the private sector as well in the consulting world. I'm going to start, if I may, Marius, with a question to you. If you look at Cyprus, a relatively small nation as far as some of the neighbors around you, how do you position yourself in this current environment and how do you promote investment into a country like Cyprus?
Thank you very much for the question. Indeed, Cyprus, being a very small nation within the European Union, but also part of the MENA region, it has been challenging also for us, but what basically we have found out, and it shows the importance of being proactive. In 2018, the government has offered some incentives to foreign investors, and that was basically after discussing with existing investors at the time in Cyprus, and that was also before the COVID-19 pandemic, what these companies that were already in Cyprus wanted to expand and grow. And as we had an important cluster of tech companies, most of the companies, the tech companies, have told us that we need talent. We cannot source talent. We cannot find the people that we want in Cyprus. And this is a major handicap for us to grow, expand, or even bring new business. So what we have done, we suggested to the government, to the ministerial cabinet, the provision of allowing non-EU employees, whether they come from Saudi Arabia or United Arab Emirates or India or anywhere else, to be able to work in Cyprus with fast-track procedures, within 3 weeks to get their working permits and to be able to work for a company that is recruiting them. So that passed, that regulation passed for specific professions in the tech industry. Right after the success of that measure, other companies came in and wanted also talent in the pharmaceutical, medical, in the shipping, in the innovation space. So we expanded the provision for the non-EU talent to be able to work in Cyprus with fast-track procedures. COVID pandemic came in, the geopolitics, the war with Russia and Ukraine, and also the problems in our region. So the platform was ready with tax incentives for the companies and the employees. One tax incentive that was very important in the success of attracting investment was the tax exemption of 50% for the emoluments, the remuneration of the employees if they get 50,000 euros and above per year. That was a major incentive for the employees, for the talent. So you had also the corporate tax, which is the lowest in the European Union, 12.5%. Ease of doing business, friendly country, hospitable, nice weather, safety, security, stability. So all those things resulted in attracting important names all the way from Japan and the United States in investing in Cyprus, but also from our very own MENA region. Last year, 2023, we are pleased to say that we have received more than 3 billion euros of FDI, creating more than 2,500 new jobs in the economy of Cyprus. And this trend is expected to continue in the years to come.
Thank you. And that 3 billion euros, what sort of rise is that on 2022?
22, compared to 22, it's about on the same range. But we estimate that with the new tax reforms that are coming up, this will lead to more investments coming into the country.
Great. Zara, let me just pick up on some of those issues that Marius outlined. He mentioned the tax rate, which was preferential, geopolitics forcing some people to look for new homes for their investments. What is it specifically on a global scale, do you think, that investors are looking for today?
So one of the most important aspects investors are looking for is comprehensive ecosystem support. In the previous session, it was already mentioned that many IPAs offer one-stop shops, which is already a very good step into the right direction, supporting investors with administrative tasks, guiding them into the right direction with corporate banking and so on. However, in order to really make a difference, I believe that access to existing ecosystems and tenants, introductions to partners, potential clients in an existing ecosystem would make all the difference. Also, one of the new upcoming things, we witness from investors is that they are looking to access for investments. So some IPAs, such as, in the UAE and Saudi Arabia as well, they support investors with access to sovereign wealth funds, introductions to family offices, venture capital firms. I believe that we need to prioritize long-term impacts over short-term KPIs, as otherwise I believe that we may miss out on significant opportunities.
Thank you. Gareth, a competitive landscape, as we've been hearing from out there, how do IPAs, we've got more than 100 countries participating at the World Investment Conference here, the 28th edition, how do countries stand out in a crowded field like this?
Sure, so I don't need to tell this audience, I guess, around the competitiveness of the market that we've had in the last couple of years. So, global investment is not detached clearly from the global economy, and some of the challenges that you outlined around inflation and interest rates, etc., have certainly had an impact. And as we all know, global investment has been slightly depressed over the last couple of years. But I think in terms of the opportunities for IPAs and for geographies, I think I would split it down into 3 areas in terms of how one might think about winning kind of more investment. First of all, the global investment landscape is significantly changing. It's always been an area that has been heavily linked to geopolitics, but the geopolitics, I might say, in the last 4 or 5 years have been more interesting than probably at any point in the recent past. And I think that creates opportunity for investors. So thinking about basically kind of, strategic relationships, profiting in some kind of instances from changes in terms of developed economies, in terms of what's happened in the US, where outward investment has slowed behind basically kind of more protectionist policies. We obviously are aware of what has happened in China, but that creates opportunity and it creates space for others. And Marius has just talked about how Cyprus has kind of profited from that. I think it's a very good example. The second thing I'd say is that industries are transforming probably like never before, and certainly not in my lifetime. I think we'll look back at this decade and the next one as a decade or a couple of decades of industrial revolution. And so therefore, as industries change and as new industries grow in technology and energy and other kind of sort of sectors, that creates and somewhat levels the playing field, where everybody is kind of competing for a new type of investment. And so therefore, legacy and basically kind of historic trends don't apply as much as they might have done in the past. And I think that offers opportunities for nimble and agile and open-minded economies to profit from that. And the third thing that I would say is that the art of investment promotion, and clearly the theme of this conference is very much about that, is also changing. But at the same time, some things stay the same. So it's changing insofar as investment promotion is increasingly a digital kind of landscape. There's an opportunity to engage in a much more different way with investors, one-stop shops and other tools that we talked about are kind of part of it. But the bit that stays the same is fundamentally, it's a sales game. And so therefore you're selling basically to an investor. And so therefore the fundamentals of basically a good salesperson is someone who listens, who basically engages in a two-way conversation, who listens to kind of what the investor kind of wants and adapts their own kind of product and their own proposition to that. I think that comes kind of very much to the fore. So reassuring in some ways basically that whilst basically in a period of profound change, some things remain the same.
And speaking of sales and salesmen, Donald Trump, the new president of the United States, fancies himself as one of the leading figures in the business world, now set to come back into the White House again. Gareth spoke about geopolitics, Marius. How does a nation like Cyprus, again, relative in terms of size compared to some of the other members, more than 24 of them in the European Union, some restrictions there being part of the European Union, many benefits, many would argue as well, and the US and China, you mentioned Russia and Ukraine, how inflows had arrived from there. How does geopolitics factor into what you're doing in Cyprus?
Well, geopolitics plays a significant role, I think, for all of us, all the countries, but especially for our region, which being a full member of the European Union, Cyprus, but also full member of the British Commonwealth, geographically also part of the Middle East with excellent relations, is very challenging to navigate through the geopolitics that are evolving continuously and changing by the minute, by the hour. So the government is positioning itself as a pro-peace government, opening up for peace, development, stability in the region. This is what our president, Mr. Nikos Christodoulidis, has been trying since he was elected president. And it proves to be the correct strategy, trying to work with all the leaders, especially European Union, which we are a full member, to offer Cyprus for peace, stability in our turbulent region.
Thank you, Zara. One issue that's crept up here a lot that we've heard about at this conference, the first time in the Middle East, there's a lot of investor appetite, focus around the world on what's happening here in this region, particularly the United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia and its Vision 2030 reforms. You're based in the region. Why is there so much focus on this region right now, and what's the key to going through all of that muddle, if you like, and the noise, and finding out the right things needed from an investment promotion agency perspective to bring in the right long-term investors?
mean, we are experiencing some very exciting times in the Middle East region, and I think this event organized by the Ministry of Investment and WIPA is a great testament for the global attention that we receive. So the GCC is investing heavily in several high growth sectors, which is attracting attention for the region and its development. Renewable energy projects to diversify energy sources. There's a very strong focus on technology, specifically artificial intelligence, semiconductors, and other high growth technology sectors that accelerates growth across government, education, and industry. The tourism and real estate sector has seen tremendous developments. It is booming, with major projects aimed at attracting visitors and investors and top talent to the region. Investments into healthcare and infrastructure, biotechnology is increasing and is driven by innovation. Advanced R&D allows the region to be at the forefront for these developments, such as the genomics sector, for example. I mean, these are just some examples of the GCC region and how we are fostering sustainable growth and innovation, not only for now, but actually generations to come. So it's a very exciting time to be here.
And looking at that long-term perspective, Gareth, in an environment like this, how crucial is it to be thinking about the long-term sustainability of the investments that are driving forward economic growth?
I think it's critical. I think to my earlier point, industries are changing and will continue to change. I think when we look at energy, when we look at transport, when we look at food production, I think we're in a kind of the beginnings of a new era in many industries, and so therefore, in that context, it's increasingly important to stay the course. So, kind of the most progressive IPAs are not thinking just about the first investments of this type, but are thinking about basically the secondary and third and fourth investments over a longer period of time. And I think that's where, it requires a different thought and a different approach to that. So it's about understanding the investors' long-term objectives as opposed to chasing quick deals, I would say. I think it's around kind of two-way dialogue around regulation, around policy that's right for the long term and creates sustainable growth. It's interesting that kind of probably if we were sitting on a stage 2 decades ago, we probably would have talked about stability, political stability, and cost competitiveness as being kind of perhaps the biggest factors around investment, but increasingly that is changing, and policy, regulation, sustainability, talent, to Marius's point, kind of are increasingly important, and so therefore it's those geographies and it's those IPAs that speak that language and that talk about the long term and creating basically an environment for long-term investment that are going to win. It's worth saying actually just on the sustainability front that we've just done some recent analysis at OCO, and actually we estimate that in 2023 you could attribute 40% of global investment last year to sustainable technologies, and that's probably up on about 10% basically if we looked at that sort of 5 years ago. So this is real, this is happening. The train has kind of left the station and isn't turning back. So therefore I think the challenge for IPAs is to continue to build the track kind of further down the line for that investment to be sustainable.
And the issue of sustainability and climate change is crucially important for countries like Cyprus. Marius, traditionally you've relied on tourism as a major sector of your economy. You've mentioned the rise in tech, how you've seen huge investments in the tech industry. That's itself fairly energy intensive, many would say, and increasingly energy intensive. How do you ensure that what you do in terms of attracting investment does protect the planet and ensures it's sustainable as well?
Yes, thank you. Very good question. Of course, Cyprus has been known for the tourism sector, for the sun and the sea for years. It's one of the major sectors, but since 2023, the #1 sector is tech industry. And when we say tech, it's also the innovation, R&D, and everything which is tech related. The contribution is at 4 billion euro to the economy for 2023. That's a contribution of 15% to the GDP of the country. It's right now #1 sector contributing to the economy. Now, having said that, we are very careful to be sustainable, and also tourism and the investments in hotels that are taking place are important. We cater and look forward to work with the other countries in the Euromed region, also for the Mediterranean Sea. The Mediterranean Sea unites all of us across the Euromed region, and see also climate, weather, and all these challenges that prove to be very important in order to try to have sustainability for the future, and also an environment which is non-toxic but is friendly for investors to be able to operate successfully. I would just say the example of data centers. Data centers usually need a lot of energy, as you might know, to be operating, and it's very important that countries look into ways of cooling down these data centers, because they require a lot of energy to be cooled down in a sustainable way and protect the environment. And we are looking into that too.
And it's important, I think the last panel we heard about the final word was, it's important to focus on the people. It's also crucially important to focus on the impact this has on local populations or current populations within areas which see lots of investment. If you take Cyprus, for example, 1 million people roughly, if you're talking about population growth of 100,000, or this city as well, 9 million roughly, Riyadh, some estimates saying 13, 14, potentially even 15 million in the years to come, that's going to have a significant impact on resources. It's crucial to manage that.
Yes, a very important point. We have seen from the investment coming into Cyprus an increased demand, for example, in high schools, in the positions, because the companies, the executives that come, bring their families, there is a need for schooling. We have private English schools and French schools, but now there is need for more positions. We have seen investment coming to expand existing high schools, new investment for launching new schools, K-12, plus universities. Increased demand for real estate, commercial offices, as well as residential buildings for talent to be able to be placed there. So these are actual needs that are driven by the foreign investment success of Cyprus. And the government is working closely with the private sector to try to manage this for the years to come.
And thank you, Marius. Zahra, traditionally, it's not just about the inflows, but FDI outflows from this region are garnering a lot of attention around the world as well. If you take the likes of Saudi Arabia, the UAE, $1 trillion in Abu Dhabi, $1 trillion roughly almost with the PIF here in Saudi Arabia of assets. What are investors here looking for when they're looking at opportunities anywhere around the world, whether that's the Caribbean, Latin America, Africa, and many of the other nations represented here, working with those governments and investors? What are they looking for?
Innovation, projects that actually have the ability and potential to change and shape economies. So we have actually, we have created a platform to support investors to connect with founders, and founders to connect them with investors. Because, just as it's kind of challenging or, takes a lot of work for founders to find investments, we face that investors are actually also looking for the next big project to invest in. So I think nurturing this side of the business is something that can really help, job creation, attract impactful investments to these countries. And I think the region we're in here, they're doing a very good job at that. Supporting startup ecosystem. There's a tremendous number of accelerators, incubation centers, access to public and private funding. And I think global and international IPAs can definitely also implement these strategies to attract impactful investments to their regions.
Gareth, what can countries do to try and improve their regulatory processes, given the huge variations that we're seeing around the world? Traditionally, or in the world of finance, high risk means high reward, but what can IPAs be doing, countries be doing to try and boost trust, loyalty in those investments into the countries?
Yeah, no, so I think the high risk, high reward, I don't think it's ever been the case that FDI has been a high risk, high reward game, actually. I think that, investors, particularly when we're talking about large corporate greenfield investment, are actually kind of quite risk averse actually, and need kind of reassurance on a number of fronts, basically often across very long sales cycles of several years before decisions being made. But you're absolutely right, basically, that one of the things where they want to minimize risk or kind of have comfort is certainly around the area of regulation. And to my earlier point, with industries changing in the way that they are, your regulation has, if I can kind of say, leaped up the rankings in terms of its importance around the investment decision. I think there's a number of things that geographies can do, Najib, basically. The first one, is really to approach this as a two-way dialogue. So rather than kind of, setting regulation in a vacuum, to basically to engage with investors, to listen to their requirements and to shape regulation and shape policy hand in hand with the investor, and ultimately with kind of folks who know the industries and often have the industry's best interests at heart. So I think that's extremely important. I think that given the preponderance of emerging technologies in new industries, we're seeing increasingly innovative approaches to regulation. I think the concept of sandboxing is particularly important. We see that in kind of IP-rich industries. We've seen that in financial services and other industries. But I think kind of optically being willing to do that, and optically being willing to sort of kind of engage with the private sector in that regard is also a very powerful sort of lever, I would say. The third thing that this kind of goes hand in hand, I think, with regulation is co-investment. So I think basically kind of investing in the infrastructure, investing in the regulation that creates the right investment environment is something where government can clearly play a role. And I think basically kind of facilitating and providing the landscape for good kind of solid investment is very important as well. And the final point that I would make is that also being open to the fact and accepting the reality that you probably won't get it right first time. So I think that the sense that regulation and policy is a one-shot exercise, I think is kind of sort of fallacy, frankly. And I think the most kind of progressive kind of economies sort of realize basically that you won't get things right first time. And policy and regulation is a daily activity. It's about kind of understanding how sort of industry and how investors react to that, and then to taking the corrective action as need be. So.
And are there any countries, in your opinion, at the moment that are leading in that space or doing particularly well when it comes to the confidence they offer investors?
I think we're sitting in a geography in terms of the kingdom that is doing and continues to do that very well. I've been very privileged to kind of work with a number of clients here, basically kind of around kind of regulation. We've just worked with the financial kind of sector here, kind of SAMA and others, basically. And I think the approach to sandboxing that I mentioned, in the financial services and fintech space has been an exemplar, I think, for kind of what others could do as well. I think the kingdom's kind of willingness to embrace regulation in the base economy and within special economic zones is another good example. We've talked a lot about technology kind of on this panel. Technology for me is not a sector. Technology is everywhere, and every business at one level is a technology business. And I look at what the kingdom has done around creating the cloud kind of economic zone, which is effectively a sort of a digital zone with no physical location and no boundaries, but has got very progressive regulation around the provision of cloud services, the provision of technology kind of sector kind of more generally. I think these are the more innovative kind of approaches to sort of regulation that more dynamic and more kind of ambitious economies need to kind of think about and continue to adopt in the future.
And Zahra, given your expertise in the region, what we've seen as a trend in recent years is no longer a desire for the sovereign wealth, at least, to look at trophy assets abroad or to look at investing elsewhere around the world without something in return here in the kingdom or in the United Arab Emirates or Qatar, other GCC and Middle Eastern countries. We saw that again yesterday in the announcements that were made here at the World Investment Conference, more than $9 billion of deals in the minerals and mining sector to build factories here in Saudi Arabia, a long-term strategic decision. How important is that factor now for investors anywhere around the world and for nations and IPAs to ensure that there's something built at home to drive economic diversification?
Yeah, this is, very important across the globe. I think, again, I keep talking about the region and how, impactful these initiatives are. And I think one of the most important aspects is that the region is putting a high emphasis on strategic partnerships, JVs, joint ventures for these factories, as well as large-scale investments. I think also one more factor is that, a lot of organizations are coming to the region, and we had this discussion before, and they are under the impression that, funding is readily available. And to a certain extent, investors, sovereign wealth funds, family offices, they are very much interested in investing in these mega projects. But I think one more very important aspect is the knowledge exchange and transfer as well across geographies and countries. To develop economies and sectors jointly. It's a joint approach that the region is implementing, and I think this can be adopted on a global scale to create impact.
And the geopolitical concerns that we touched upon earlier, do you see that as an opportunity for regions like the Middle East or Southeast Asia, potentially the Caribbean as well, to actually benefit from the relative neutrality and not to be drawn into certain geopolitical tensions?
Yes, absolutely. There has been several CEPA agreements signed with different countries, and this is free trade agreements, CEPA agreements, easing trade and business amongst the nations. I think this is a really good time for these countries to implement this. We've seen this often by, Asian countries, Caribbean countries who are looking to partner with the region for joint investments. I think there's tremendous opportunities. We have seen several delegations, coming from these countries to the region. We facilitate very high-level discussions, driving certain emerging sectors, and we can see the impact and momentum. It's a very great time to do this.
Marius, one thing I wanted to touch upon, the panel is about the art of investor engagement and persuasion, essentially selling investments into the country. How important are fora like this? Because you can spend money on marketing and branding and social media and websites. How important is that personal interaction when you meet potential investors?
Yes, the personal interaction is extremely important, I would say. We have passed the years where IPAs were just there to promote and create awareness. Now they have to work like, in my view, like an international corporate. They have to be literally on call 24/7, if I may say, be fast in the response on WhatsApp messages, emails. That's how you make the extra mile, and that's how you gain the confidence of the investor. And we have tested this in Cyprus, and we have managed to get multinational companies because we are close to them, we are attached to them, we take them by the hand. And also we found out that the most important sales people for you, it's the existing investors and the ones that you are working with, because if they are happy, they will spread the word to other business people and investors in their circles. And we have seen in Cyprus examples where one company which have set up successfully has brought to us 5, 6, 4, 3 other companies that invested in Cyprus. So we need to be engaged, in my view. We need to be a real consultant and add value to the investors. And this is what will make the difference. It's very important to say, like the CEO of WIPA said yesterday, we have a unique characteristic as IPAs. We speak 2 languages. We speak the language of the government, but we also speak the language of investors. If we understand this advantage, we can do a lot for our economies and a lot for our region.
And it's a crucial role at the moment, Gareth, that IPAs are playing. What's key to that balancing act? Because obviously governments play a crucial role here in the process, but you don't want the government to be necessarily too involved in the long-term growth of economies. Otherwise, that's going to stifle the role of the private sector and probably make it unsustainable in the long term, or have other potentially adverse effects. What's key for governments to ensure that there's the light touch and the right infrastructure, if you like, in terms of regulation and trust for investors, but not having too heavy a hand in the economy?
I think Marius described it very well. The perfect IPA, has kind of got the voice of the investor, but also has an arm's length relationship to government. And I think that, IPAs should really kind of, understand that and major on that, which is, it's a balance that, day to day, they must strike. I think that, the sales process, and we're talking about sort of sales basically today in FDI is unusual. It's unusual in that it's complex. It's unusual in that it's intangible at one level. It's unusual in that the sales cycles are very long. It's maybe a little bit unusual in that the first sale is maybe the tip of the iceberg compared to the longer kind of prize that might exist. And so all of that really kind of strikes and comes back to building good relationships. It comes back to listening. It comes back to being open-minded. And I think that's where the IPA can, in some ways, play the honest broker between the needs of the investor and basically the role of government. And it's the honest broker role that I think is the most important, and one of the real kind of gifts really in the hand of the IPA. And basically those that understand that are ultimately the ones that do that the best and build the long-term relationships. We all know in this room that typically 2/3 to 3/4 of foreign direct investment in any given year is reinvestment, and so therefore keeping your eye on the long-term prize and thinking of this not as a short-term exercise but a long-term game is very important, and listening and sort of kind of taking the voice of the investors we've talked about is critical in all that.
And in a digital world, I guess most investors, when they're considering a region or a country even to invest in, their first point of call will probably be the internet, but there is still a gap in data. Data is a really important issue here, I think, in terms of the transparency for IPAs. Granted, some investors, private investors in particular, may not want to publicize that, but how do you reconcile that gap and the need for data to drive forward more investment in the future?
It's an excellent point, basically. I mean, we've done some research recently that suggests that if you look at global investment, 60% of investors will have built a shortlist around investment locations without ever having spoken to an investment promotion agency. Wow. So just think about that for a second. Sort of 6 out of 10 deals basically will be well progressed down the track before they speak to kind of the types of people in this room. So therefore, if they're not doing that, then you need to create visibility and you need to get to the investor in another way. So you're absolutely right, basically, that the digital kind of battleground and the digital marketplace around investment is increasingly important. And so, accepting the complexity and accepting some of the nuances of foreign direct investment, there are lots of things that the IPA can do to make that journey smoother, to make that journey more transparent, to make it more hassle-free, and also we buy with our eyes and we buy with kind of what we see, and so therefore creating an informative, creating basically a compelling digital experience is very important. I'm actually doing a master class as it happens on this topic in about 30 minutes, not to plug that basically, but it shows actually the importance of this within this environment basically. And to my earlier point, some of the old school sales approaches are absolutely kind of important in this industry, but increasingly complementing that with digital, with data, putting the right data in front of the investor, basically in the right form, is absolutely critical. And we know basically that those that do that well are often those that succeed.
That's a really surprising figure, 60%. So what's the main determinant, according to the study, of why investors are putting their money? Is it simply financial returns? Is that the main thing they're looking for?
Yeah, so the 60% that I mentioned is sort of the amount of sort of investors that do their homework themselves before they actually engage with an IPA. So that's a huge number, right? Actually, as part of that process, and then when they engage with an IPA, what we find, and this has changed a little bit over the last decade, but what we find to be the most sort of the stalwart factors, if I can describe it, around investment, where stability and certainty is clearly kind of a very important factor for investors. Cost competitiveness was traditionally kind of a factor through sort of the 90s and 2000s. I think we could characterize it in that way. But, as we've talked about sort of earlier on the panel, the real battleground and the real kind of differentiator, basically kind of in the current environment is certainly talent. You have to remember basically that as industries change, the makeup of the types of projects are changing. So we have much greater participation in foreign direct investment from SMEs, for example. They're IP rich, they're knowledge rich, they're looking for talent basically to scale and to kind of grow those businesses. And so therefore demonstrating that you have the talent and you have the right people to support those investments is critical. And back to the theme of this panel, the handshake between government, the reassurance around regulation, around policy, around being there for the long term, that's what gives the investor confidence. So Marius and I kind of share one thing in that we're both from very FDI dependent economies. I'm from Ireland. The thing we don't share is that he has a sunshine and I don't. But basically the parallels between the economies are quite kind of striking, basically. And it shows basically how small, agile, basically kind of nimble, kind of focused island economies, in the case of both kind of Ireland and Cyprus, can actually punch above their weight. And the things that they punch above their weight on are increasingly those factors that I've just described. So it's a changing landscape, and it will continue to be so.
And yeah, arguably future-proofing their economies as well, and diversifying in a different kind of way than countries in this part of the world or elsewhere. Marius, one question I wanted to touch, and we've got about 5 minutes. The time's flown by, but just quickly, I wanted to get a sense of looking at the future. You mentioned energy is one sector potentially, travel and tourism, tech is another one that Cyprus is looking to boost. Presumably wealth management as well, given the influx of wealth that's coming into there. A lot of people here in the IPA world will be worrying if they're prepared for the jobs of the future, whether AI will take their roles. What sort of talent are you looking for at the moment? Are there enough of them? Are they easy to find in the IPA world? And what particular skills do they need, do you think?
Yes, definitely with technology moving fast forward, especially after the COVID-19 pandemic and post-pandemic, we see that the tech talent is globally needed in many countries. We see it also in our countries where we have a lot of tech companies. So we are trying to develop people and from academia and from the schools that have this, let's say, STEM, science, technology, engineering, math, in their curricula. They early, in the beginning, they try with robotics, entrepreneurship, these things need to start from a real early age. And then, you need to have talent which will be driven by the demand of the international technology companies and tech enterprises. We believe this will continue to be the major driver for our country and for jurisdictions that host tech companies. And in addition to that, we have to link it to education and training, reskilling, upskilling existing employees from other professions that there are some challenges in finding, let's say, positions. So reskilling and upskilling is very important to enrich this cluster of tech talent. And in addition to that, of course, we see the energy and combining energy and technology. We believe that these will be the major drivers for the future, where all the other sectors would be also aligned.
And we've got a few minutes. I'm just going to finish with a bit of a curveball. I'll start from here and go down and finish with you, Zara. In terms of attracting investors, what's the one key word you think, whether that's trust, loyalty, what's the one key word you think that people need to be thinking front and center of their mind, and briefly why?
I'll give you two if I can. One is listen, and the second one is embrace change.
Thank you. Marius?
Well, I would say value, add value to your investors.
Value. And Zara, lastly, if you could give us the one word you think is most important and why that is.
2 words, ecosystem support.
Ecosystem support.
Yeah.
And why is that?
I've been repeating myself quite often about the ecosystem, but it is so important to nurture and, support ecosystem, to provide a platform to connect investors with partners, potential clients, investors, and so on. We've seen it so many times that we come across startup companies that literally became unicorns. So this is happening a lot in the region especially. So I think nurturing companies, Often IPAs, they look at the short-term impact. So for them, company registrations are everything for the moment. But I think if you, help certain companies, nurture them, help them to thrive, you can really support them to become the next unicorns and to create hundreds and thousands of jobs sometimes. I mean, there's a lot of success stories in the region. Hence, I feel very passionate about ecosystem support.
Thank you very much. So there's the advice that we leave you with today from the experts. First, listen and embrace change, add value, and provide the ecosystem support. A fascinating discussion. Thank you so much to all three of my panelists. Hopefully that was insightful for everyone listening and watching on the live stream as well. First, Mr. Gareth Hagan, the CEO of OCO Global, a firm that helps navigate the world of FDI. We have Mr. Marius Tannousis, the CEO of Invest Cyprus, the country's official investment promotion agency. And last, but by no means least, Ms. Zehra Fatah, the founder, managing director of Kent Consulting and Events, a boutique consultancy focused on the region's FDI landscape. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed for this great session, and thank you, Mr. Moderator, for sticking to the timeline. Very much appreciated, especially here on the third and last day of the 28th World Investment Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, we go back to back here today without any breaks. We once again have a very full and intensive agenda for you. And up next, I'm very much looking forward to an important keynote now titled The 3 Technology Leaders for Every Startup. Without a doubt, it will be very insightful and educational, so be sure to stay in your seats and stick around for that. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the Vice President of Engineering at Hunger Station, Engineer Abdulaziz bin Ghanam.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the 3 technology leaders for every startup. I know in the past few days we've had a lot of very interesting conversations around investments, business, digital transformation. And for the next 15 minutes, I just want to change gears a little bit and talk about the little guy, the startups, and specifically about the technology leaders' role in unlocking the value of startups. Now, before that, I just want to introduce myself. My name is Abdulaziz bin Ghanam. Currently, I'm the VP of Engineering in Hunger Station. I look after technology and data science, among other things. And for the last 15 years, I've been born and raised in Riyadh, in Saudi, either running startups, investing in them, or consulting for them. So over those years, I've had some observations and some hypotheses about technology and startups, and I will be sharing them with you today. All right, I'll start with an observation. As you can see, in many cases, you will hear the phrase, a tech co-founder. And you can see that in a tiny startup with only 2 people, or a unicorn with thousands and thousands of people. So the title in many cases has really little meaning. And I want to spend some time just demystifying it and talking about how that role plays in different startup stages. Now, in my opinion, throughout my experience, there are 3 types of technology leaders in startups. We have what's called the one-man army. This is when you're starting out, you have one person doing everything themselves. And you have what I call the rocket ship pilot. This is when your startup is taking off and it's time to grow and become a unicorn. And then once you make it, we have the big boss. This is the one where you have a traditional technology executive leading hundreds and hundreds of technology members. Now, for every one of those, I'll be giving you a real example from a startup born and raised in Saudi and in Riyadh specifically, and I'll tell you about their story and how the technology leader in each stage was able to unlock tremendous value for them. So let us begin. So for the first story, I'll talk about a tiny startup. It's made of only 2 people, and they have cash flow of more than $500,000. Now, this is for me one of the amazing success stories in the region. You have people who are ambitious, who are doing tens and tens of job responsibilities, yet you would think it's run by a massive team despite it being only run by 2 people. So who are those kind of people? You have someone who has a problem they want to solve for, something they're passionate about. They're willing to do anything to get it solved. And they have very little resources. At this point, they probably don't even have an investment at all. And in many cases, they have not found product market fit, meaning they don't even know what solution they want to build. They only have a problem to solve for. So now a technology leader at this level is very unorthodox compared to the technology leaders you will find in the industry. In many cases, actually, the technology leader in this case who will be successful will probably not be hired in many other places. So what's their playbook? What do you do as a technology leader, and what do you look for in a technology leader in this stage? Well, you want someone who has breadth over depth. You want someone who knows everything at a certain level, but not an expert in any specific area. Someone who understands the technology, someone who keeps up with the latest developments, and someone who can learn things very quickly. Second of all, you want someone who's not obsessive over engineering. You don't want someone who's building the next Google scale kind of product. You want someone who gets things done, someone who solves real problems for real customers. And lastly, you want someone who prioritizes speed over perfectionism, meaning you will have a technology leader who is pragmatic. And those 3 attributes, I've seen them in many startups in Saudi and other places, and they have been a recipe for success, even though, as I mentioned, they have very little resources, very little people, and almost no investment in many cases at this stage. Now, if you have succeeded here and made it out of this stage, you will be in the next level, which I called the rocket ship pilot. At this stage, you probably have a good product, you have some customers who like you have some money in the bank. So let us talk about the next case study from another startup in Saudi. This one is 2 years old, so it was established around 2022. And actually, they just recently closed a fund of $30 million. And you will think this is a massive startup. You will think they have a massive team behind it. Actually, they only have 4 developers. So how did they do it? How did they get to that level, raise so much money, and be able to acquire so many customers and bring a lot of value for their investors? The technology leader at this level, he's done multiple things. But let's talk about the stage of the startup at this level. First of all, they have a product. It's decent. It solves some problems. Probably has some issues around here and there, not very scalable, but it works. And they have some cash in the bank. At this point, they probably might have raised a pre-seed or a seed level fund. So they're doing okay in terms of cash. And they have a very small but incredibly motivated team. I can't tell you how many times I've seen this where you have a few people doing the job that are being done by hundreds of people in massive organizations. So now, as a technology leader, what do you do in this stage to be able to unlock value? First of all, you have to know something. You as a technology leader, you're not alone anymore. You have a team, so you need to be the captain now. It's not your job to do everything. So that's the first point. Second one, you have to master building teams. So you have to upskill your level, and you have to find the technology leader who's willing to take new responsibilities. Someone who knows how to hire, fire, and promote people and be able to build robust, highly autonomous teams. And you need to stay focused on your mission. At this point, you start having distractions. You have your lovely investors, you have your lovely customers, you have so many different stakeholders, and your job is to say no to most things and focus on your core mission as a company and as a product. Now, if you do those things, in many cases, you will be able to succeed. Hopefully, you will be able to raise a lot of cash, as we've seen in those examples. And at that point, you will start looking into unicorn territory. And that's when things get a little more exciting. And this is where I'll talk about the third startup in Saudi. I was fortunate to be part of it in the early seed stage until it became a unicorn. And today, they are the market leader in their industry. They have, I think, last time I checked, around 1 billion valuation. They are less than 10 years old. So they've unlocked tremendous value for their investors. And they have an army of people. They have more than 80 software engineers, data scientists, product managers, all of the people you find in technology. Now, as a tech leader at this level, the question becomes, what do you do to unlock value and to make sure you're taking your company to the right level? So before we go into that, let us talk about what are the current challenges you will face and what's the state you're in. Number one, everyone knows your name at this level. If you're a unicorn at this point in Saudi or otherwise, you will be invited to many places, you will be talking to investor, you will be a household name in the region. So this is probably a new experience for many first-time technology leaders. Second of all, probably for the first time in your life, you're managing more than 50, maybe 100 people. And what's always interesting to me is that those kind of technology leaders coming from startups have probably never been able to get to that level before reaching a unicorn status. So it's a very exciting time, and you have to be humble about it. And lastly, as a technology leader on this level, you're probably not as close to your product, to your technology, to your customers as you used to in your early stages in a startup. Naturally, you have a bunch of managers, you have an army of engineers and technology members, and so you have to be a little more of a directional person rather than a hands-on manager. In that case, the question becomes again, what do you do to unlock value for your organization? So the first thing you have to know is that you're on the big league now. You have to learn the new game. So you need to find a technology leader who knows business, who understands what it means to talk business, someone who can talk strategy, talk with investors, and drive culture. It's no longer about building your product and thinking about the next day and thinking about the next week. It's about thinking in months and years at this point. And this is where we find a lot of technology leaders at this level struggling to fit the new role they're put into. And lastly, and this is, I think, one of the more interesting things, you have to know as a technology leader when you reach your limits. You have to say at some point that this is a point in time where I've took this company to a level that I've never thought was imaginable, but I'm not able to take it any further. And you have to be humble about it. And you have to, at some point, bring a seasoned executive from the outside and step outside your role and let someone else who might be more qualified to take this role. And you might not believe it, but this has been, in many cases, the make or break moment for many startups. I've seen it in Saudi, and I'm sure you've seen it across the region. Now, before I conclude, I just want to share one last thing. So as a startup, you have the tremendous opportunity to go in less than 10 years, as we've seen before, from being your own manager by yourself to managing more than 100 people. I can bet in every other career path, you will not be able to get to that point. It will take you 20, 30, even 40 years to be able to become at that level. So it's an exciting career path. It's interesting, and in many cases, it's not orthodox. So you have to always keep an open mind and be humble about it. And with that in mind, I thank you everyone for your time, and if you have any question, happy to answer them.
Very much appreciated. Microphone is on now. Thank you so much for this very insightful. Let's go to the middle because this is also coincidentally, I think it's a very nice way to wrap up the first portion of day 3. Thank you so much for your insights. I think everybody here in this audience, including myself, found it most beneficial. This is now the time, ladies and gentlemen, where we take a well-deserved break, I believe, for 30 minutes, and then we go really until the final stretch of day 2. For now, please be back here by 12:30 for the next 30 minutes. We'll take a quick break, and then we'll be back here at 12:30 for the very final portion of the 28th World Investment Conference. Thank you so much, and thanks again. Please give another round of applause for our keynote speaker. Much appreciated. Thank you.
We We are here together today for the 21st WIPA World Investment Conference. This is taking place in the beautiful old Ottoman Chiran Palace.
It's a wonderful venue. What a lovely place to be in.
So I'm very happy that we have a chance to enjoy, not only to do business, but also to enjoy the history, to enjoy the culture.
We have 170 members from 130 countries where they will come together to discuss WIPA's strategy, WIPA's activities, achievements over the past year.
Remember, we are having a new CEO in WIPA. Good work is being done. Kudos to the new team.
We are going to have very influential participants from OECD, from UNIDO and UNCTAD.
The WIPA annual conference is the best platform for investment promotion agencies from all over the world to meet, to exchange views, opinions, but also experience on the ongoing processes in foreign direct investments worldwide.
They are the organization that puts us all together. They can have all these experiences put together.
WIPA is doing a lot. They're helping their members to grow. WIPA has an advocacy role to play, and the CEO really doing it very well.
More than 130 countries are represented through almost 170 investment promotion agencies.
Investment promoting agencies from around the world will be benefited from this. They will have networking, they will have an understanding of the best practices all around.
Tonight we will go to Çubuklu for a gala dinner.
We will have fun a little bit. We are in the boat tour and between the Asia and Europe.
I just had a workshop this morning where there was also a lively discussion about the future agenda of investment promotion. And tomorrow is the big conference day with a lot of high-ranking speakers.
I think the program have a lot of content.
This is going to bring in the open many different tough issues in investment promotion.
This year's event is particularly important due to the ongoing challenges in the world market, financial crisis in some parts of the world, political instabilities, which influence definitely the work of investment promotion agencies.
We are going to host the Deputy Prime Minister of Turkey, Mehmet Şimşek, and the CEO of IDB, Islamic Development Bank.
The speech of the Deputy Prime Minister was really strong and was very good actually. We have also the pleasure of signing an MOU between annual investment meeting and WIPA in terms of cooperation in many of the areas. We are now becoming a partner of WIPA.
We believe that through this partnership, we will be able to add value to all IPAs, to introduce their projects worldwide to our investment network and to attract investment in their countries.
I think it's of great benefit to participate in this conference because it gives us a broader view of where the FDI is going, what type of practices should the agencies work on.
We are going to discuss how IPAs can help to achieve SDG goals. And we are going to discuss how technology can help IPAs to better serve to investors.
Tout l'ensemble des pays de la communauté internationale a besoin des investissements et à plus forte raison s'il y a une réunion qui est organisée à cet effet. Nous sommes tous intéressés et nous avons beaucoup à apprendre et à apprendre à la fin de cette conférence.
I hope the participants and our partners will realize that we are the global reference point for FDI.
We begin thinking about sustainable development together with investment promotion agencies. We consider how to retain, attract, and link direct investments with local business opportunities. Thinking about how to remove obstacles influencing policymakers so investments flow into profitable businesses, providing inclusive and social development. We think about making the business environment more transparent and making businesses more responsible, sustainable, and effective. We think about networking, creating synergies, how to empower investment promotion agencies to create the best possible conditions.
WIPA can help a lot by bringing together the countries and the people who have excess savings and those who have good investment possibilities.
The whole world is witnessing a paradigm shift, investment liberalization to investment for sustainable development, and there is a need for the transformation of investment promotion agencies.
The closer we interact, the closer that one economy has impact on the other, the more need for a coordinated action.
Globalization has not been benefiting the majority. It's really time that we shift the whole balance towards more inclusive development where no one is left behind.
It's an imperative that we disseminate the knowledge, the tools, and the information practitioners need to help the economy. The world needs better economic developers and better IPAs.
Now, with the global situation being fragile due to disruptions in global value chains, again IPAs fulfill important tasks and their services will become even more valuable.
To all our friends and member IPAs, you are the protagonists as we shape the new future. A journey which we have well realized cannot be embarked in isolation, but best only by walking together with each other. Let's together make it the very best journey we've ever undertaken.
WIPA, the global reference point for FDI.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from the break. I hope you all enjoyed it, and we're going to continue full force now with the next sessions. The next one is on operational excellence in IPAs for the benefit of our investors. I see our esteemed speakers are already here and ready to go. The moderator of this session, he's a senior economist at the World Bank. Please welcome Abhishek Saurav to the stage. Please give him a warm welcome. And the moderator will be joined by the CEO of Enterprise Armenia, Levon Ohanessian. Please give him also a round of applause. Joining the panel will be the Director General of the Invest Moldova Agency, Natalia Beyan. Please. And last but certainly not least, we have the Executive Director of the Caribbean Export Development Agency, Dr. Dami Sinanan. So please give them all a warm round of applause, welcome them to the stage. And with that, Dr. Abhishek, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this session on operational excellence for investment promotion agencies. We have a distinguished panel here of 3 chiefs of investment promotion agencies. Starting from the left, we have Mr. Levon, who heads the investment promotion agency from Armenia, which I believe is about 5 years old, so relatively new institution. Then we have Ms. Natalia Beyan, who leads Invest Moldova, so Asia, Europe, and the institution has been in operation for about 12 years. And then we have Dr. Dami Sinanan, who leads an old organization, a regional organization, the Caribbean Export Development Agency. And we have represented through Dr. Dami the Caribbean countries, a group of 15 countries. So great variety, Asia, Europe, and the Caribbean. Let me at the outset describe what we will be trying to accomplish during this session. So we have 3 clear outcomes and objectives we are aiming for. Number 1, we would like to understand the principles of operational excellence of investment promotion agencies and how they balance focusing on important functions such as marketing, promotion, aftercare, and stakeholder relationship management. Number 2, through our conversation, we want to explore the governance structures that support effective operations within different sectors and government institutions. Number 3, and final, we want to explore the role of aggregators and multipliers in enhancing lead generation and overall efficiency for investment promotion agencies. So let me kick off with the first question. And the first question focuses on relationships. As leaders of investment promotion agencies from developing regions of the world, could you share with the audiences your strategies for building productive and efficient relationships with government entities, industry stakeholders, and foreign investors? And when you tackle this question, could you specifically shed light on how you ensure that these relationships are mutually beneficial and contribute to sustainable economic development? I'm going to begin with Dr. Dami, and after that, move on to Natalia for the same question. Dr. Dami.
Thank you so much, Abhishek, and thank you so much to WIPA and the organizers of this conference for inviting Caribbean Export to be part of it. It's certainly been a wonderful conference thus far, very thought-provoking and very wonderful exchange of ideas. So just to put a little context to start with, Caribbean Export Development Agency, we are despite our name, we are the regional trade and investment promotion agency for the CARIFORUM region, which make up the 14 CARICOM member states and the Dominican Republic. So overall, we're talking about a population of just over 30 million people. Our territories range from very small to somewhat large, with the DR being the largest state, and the smallest states being St. Kitts and Nevis and Dominica, less than 50,000 population. So we're talking a very, very large cross-section of countries. It is Caribbean Export's role to try to attract foreign direct investment into the Caribbean region, and we are focused very heavily on priority areas that can build sustainability and resilience in the Caribbean region. Because just for a little context, most of the countries in the Caribbean are small island developing states, and they face extreme challenges from climate change to external shocks to, just about any sort of vulnerability that you can think of, the Caribbean region faces it. So it is our role at Caribbean Export to really try to push an agenda that encourages investments in the so-called transformative sectors that can build resilience in the Caribbean region. Now, as you would imagine, working across 15 member states can be a bit challenging when it comes to engagement with stakeholders, especially government stakeholders, because each Caribbean country will have a different priority. Many of them are focused very heavily on tourism, which is the bread and butter of the Caribbean region, and attracting investment in tourism. However, as I noted, we have to diversify our investment base into the so-called transformative sectors. So to do that, Caribbean Export has to work very, very closely with national governments and other stakeholders, including national investment promotion agencies. We have to understand what their priorities are in terms of their national development plans. We have to understand what they are focusing on, and we have to ensure that our strategies are aligned with their strategies. Because if we are pushing something different, then it's not going to matter. We're not going to get that buy-in from the stakeholders. So we try to engage very heavily in collaboration with national governments and national IPAs, and transparent collaboration to really identify what is in their national development plans and their national investment promotion strategies. And I should say that some countries have an IPS, whereas some countries do not. So again, it's our role to sort of decipher and build those relationships to understand what the priorities are. We take a holistic approach to identifying what are the challenges in attracting investments, especially investments that can be impactful for the Caribbean region. So again, that requires liaising very closely not only with the governments, but the national industry associations and the private sector stakeholders and the internal investors in the region to put forth a strategy that works across the Caribbean. And in 2017, we developed what was called our Regional Investment Promotion Strategy. And we have been executing that over the past 6 years. Now, of course, COVID-19 threw a big wrench into that, but still, once we have priorities aligned, we can continue to promote regional collaboration in projects. And that includes development of bankable projects that investors can buy into. So I'll stop there. I hope I said enough, but I'm anxious to hear what the other panelists would have to say as well.
Thank you very much, Dr. Davey. Surely an interesting perspective because it requires a lot of regional collaboration between 15 states. Yes. Let's now turn to Natalia, who wants to present her perspectives from Invest Moldova.
Hello, and thank you as well for having me at this event. Talking about the importance of IPA in this triangle of relationships with private institutions, private partners, but also with the governmental institutions, I think even as we advance with this technological age and artificial intelligence, we still have one truth that holds, and is that it's about the human relationships at the end of the day, especially when investors are taking the decisions about entering a specific new market. Of course the numbers matter, of course the fiscal policy matters, but at the end of the day it is about looking into the eyes of those people in that country and understanding, can I trust you? Can I trust my business? Can I trust my money putting into it? So for me, managing Invest Moldova agency, it is all about the people that we have in the team and the relationships that we are building with both the government and the various institutions that there are in the government, but also the private sector. And even when we are speaking about the not advantages, but what we are offering. What is the offer of an IPA when somebody comes to the market? The number one thing, it is about access to people. You want to know something, we will let you know which of the institutions, of the organizations, or the business associations will be able to tell you this, how it works theoretically, by law, and how it is actually applied. Businesses can tell you that. So that is one of the most powerful instruments that we have, at least, and we are trying to develop. And also that's why it is so painful in many cases to lose key people from the agency, but also to see governments changing, which is a normal and obvious need of a democratic society. But every single time when there is a change, there are relationships that you have to renew in order to keep consistently providing the investors with those accesses to the correct people who know the right information.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And what a contrast in experience from a country to a group of countries. Maybe now we turn to the second question for this session, and it focuses on the important topic of choices and trade-offs. In managing the affairs of investment promotion agencies, there is often a critical trade-off to consider. Number one, should the primary focus be on delivering exceptional services to existing investors? Or number two, should efforts be directed towards expanding the investor base by trying to attract new foreign as well as domestic investors in new sectors as well as frontier economic activities? So the question is, how do you balance these priorities to maximize the objectives of investment promotion agencies and overall economic development of your economies? In this case, we'll begin with Levon.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank the WIPA for this opportunity, and to you, Dr. Abhishek, for the questions. You raise very important question, and this is IPAs plays, as you know, the crucial role in driving economic growth by attracting and retaining investment. However, achieving operational excellence in this agency is not a simple task, and we believe that providing excellent aftercare services and growing the investor base go hand in hand, and both key to a successful investment promotion strategy. We strive to balance the dual priorities of exceptional investor services and proactive attraction of new investment to maximize economic impact. We currently assist over 200 foreign companies, and also where you can find the global players like NVIDIA, AMD, Adobe, Broadcom, and Microchip, through our tailored and proactive aftercare services. By addressing their need, facilitating their operations, and advocating for policy improvement, we ensure a conducive business environment that not only supports their growth, but also enhances Armenia's reputation as a trusted investment destination. Enterprise Armenia also serves as a one-window solution for our local investors, offering comprehensive support for foster domestic investment as well. By streamlining process and providing access to essential services, we aim to empower local businesses to thrive and contribute to the country's economic development. A critical nuance we have identified is that a strong aftercare community serves as a catalyst for new investment attraction. Satisfied investors often act as our advocates for the attraction, sharing their positive experience and drawing the attention of the other potential investors. For example, earlier this year, during our discussion with Fortune-listed ST Microelectronics, we highlighted the robust aftercare services we continuously provided to the investors. This focus on aftercare played a significant role in demonstrating Armenia's investor-centric approach. While we actively seek to attract new investors in strategic and emerging sectors such as IT, manufacturing, agriculture, and long partnership existing investor. This synergy between aftercare and attraction helps us maximize economic impact and sustainable growth. I think to resume these things that they are goes hand to hand and both are important for us.
Very good. Thank you very much, Devon, for this insightful answer. We'd now turn to our other two panelists for the same question. And Demi, would you like to take this question next?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very interesting question, and the context of the Caribbean is, unfortunately, we can't afford to have that as a trade-off. Because in the region, you know, most of our foreign direct investments is based in the primary sectors, for example, Trinidad and Tobago in the oil and gas, and the rest of the regions would be in the tourism sector. The very much need to diversify our investment base requires that we go out and we seek new investors. That we go out and we identify what the potential projects are, and we try to attract that new investors, especially in areas of like climate resilience, digitalization of business, agriculture, technology. And that is of absolute importance. But at the same time, we have to understand that we have our existing investors that we have to, you know, what's the right word to use? That we have to mine, and we have to provide them with the excellent aftercare services that they require so that they will continue to invest in the Caribbean region. And many times national IPAs do not have the resources to get that done, to focus on one or the other. And sometimes you try to focus on the two, and it's detrimental to both. But like I said, unfortunately, I don't believe we can afford to have that trade-off where we focus heavily on one or heavily on the other. We have to find that right balance, and we have to identify the resources, both technical and financial, so that we can continue to court new, exciting investors in the tech fields and the transformative sectors, while still providing the excellent care for the existing investors that we have. And Caribbean Export, just to give an idea, we are working very heavily to try to we are focusing on the new investors. So we are focused on trying to attract the new investors into the region, while at the same time working with our national IPAs to build their capacity so that they can continue to provide the excellent service to existing investors. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you. Natalia?
Yeah, in case of Moldova, I would look first at the numbers. I can share the numbers with you. It has been already for many years that more than 70% of new FDIs in Moldova come from reinvested profits of companies who are already doing their business in Moldova. For sure, what helps as well is the fact that we have zero tax on retained earnings. So basically, you are also motivated to reinvest your profits that you are making in Moldova. But this sends two messages. First of all, that those companies are making money in Moldova. So there are hundreds of millions of euros that they are reinvesting every single year. It's more than 300 million euros. And at the same time that they feel secure enough and convinced enough and see a long-term vision in that. And why I'm mentioning this as well is because the other reality of Moldova is that we are the neighbor of Ukraine, who is currently at war. And for every single investor counting their money and thinking about their strategy of investment, of course, it matters to know that their investment is going to be in a secure region. So taking all of those things into account, for us right now, similar as Dennis said, we cannot trade off and say, okay, we're going to put on pause our active search and work with new investors, but somehow we are right now trying to work more with those who are already in Moldova, and not only those who are foreigners, but also with those who are local. We also discussed this with Mr. Levon, that in Armenia they are doing the same. Now, from this year, interestingly enough, we haven't had, up until 2024, a team that would do aftercare. So this year we have established the team. In general, we have made quite a few changes to Invest Moldova team this year. We've grown the team 3 times since the beginning of the year. Unfortunately, it's not like 100 to 300 people, but it's from 8 to 28 people. Still a significant increase for us, out of which 4 people are doing right now aftercare services. So we are looking after those investors who are already in Moldova. We are discussing with them their ideas for further projects, and we're trying to unblock those blockages that potentially can arise in their process of establishing new farms, new industries inside of the country.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Natalia. So 3 messages that stood out for me from our panelists' responses. Number 1 was, this is a very difficult trade-off to make. It is actually not a trade-off that one can make easily as an institution. Number 2, one needs to count on the reinvestment potential of existing investors, and that warrants enhanced services in terms of aftercare for existing investors, who then potentially could emerge as new investors going into new sectors and economic activities. And third message I got, that the institutional design is really important. Equal focus or near equal focus on attending to investors who exist in the economy, as well as going out, reaching out to investors outside the economy. These were the 3 key messages for me. I hope you took other important messages as well. With that, let's turn to the third question, which is a matter of technical, it's a technical area. So investment promotion agencies usually rely on lead generation. That is information on companies, investors, new sectors, and activities. So this question, I would begin this time with Natalia. How can investment promotion agencies develop their own lead generation capabilities while effectively leveraging the resources and expertise of external lead generation and aggregators? Over to you.
Thank you. So I think in case of an APA, we usually have to do everything possible in every single field, but at the same time always have a focus on certain instruments, on certain strategies of whatever, of aftercare, of country promotion, or of attracting new investors. In our case, we do work with the data, we do use data aggregators, but data without a substantial human touch and relationship doesn't mean that much. Also, as in case of Armenia, what we've started exploring more in the recent years is our diaspora. So we have seen that our diaspora for us is not only a source of investments, but is also a source of connections and relationships with somebody else. We need a couple of handshakes to get to anyone in the world. We just have to know the right people. So when we now do the project of Diaspora Invest, we call it, we are encouraging our people not only to invest in Moldova, because not mandatorily everyone obviously has €1 million or €500,000 to invest into some business, but for sure you know somebody who knows somebody who knows somebody who might be interested at least to know about Moldova. So one of those instruments is for us Diaspora. Second one, that also from this year we have established a small team of 2 people, is economic diplomacy. So we do have ambassadors in tens of countries around the world, and there are tens of other countries from around the world that have their embassies inside of Moldova. And all of them have the goal, one of their KPIs is investment attraction. So all we need to do, even though it's not that easy, but still, it's an instrument that we have to explore, and we are working on it right now quite actively, is establishing the relationship with the teams in the embassies. We have quite a few economic attaches who are also working on this, even though they are reporting to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but still we have a common goal. We can provide them with the data, with the materials, maybe with some support to organize certain conferences, events of gathering with the diaspora, not only with the diaspora, with the business associations from the countries where they are, in order to build those, again, relationships with the prospective investors. I will again go back to even the first question that you have asked. It's always about the relationships. I do believe in the need that we have to have the data, we have to have the analysis, we have to provide the information about how many percentages and shares, but at the end of the day, to have an investor who is interested in you, ideally, you have to have somebody who is introducing you to them, so that the level of the trust from the beginning is higher, which then stimulates as well the level of interest to invest in your country.
Excellent, thank you very much. The emphasis was on handshakes, a coordinated approach to economic diplomacy, and so on. Let me now turn to Levon to respond to the same question.
Thank you very much. I fully agree with Natalia. Natalia says all the tools, but I will try to manage. And so first of all, what we do, we well equip our team with the AIs and latest, we use latest technologies, databases, different sites, different social medias. And of course, we use our diaspora power. We have also our representatives abroad the country, and mostly they are rich people with good business network there. And we make outreach campaigns outside the country. We go there with well-equipped materials, as Natalia mentioned, also with the guides, not only overall guides, also sectoral guides. We have made in-source the guide for agriculture, textile, jewelry, and etc. And we go there. First of all, we are talking with our diaspora people. We share the information about our investment climate, our investment environment, about our governmental incentives, and to bring them. And of course, this helps us also to talk with the foreigners, because we used also the network of our diaspora for the foreigners. The other things is very important is diplomatic missions. Diplomatic missions in Armenia and also our missions abroad, the Armenia. And they send us a lot of requests. And we, as a single window, we are answering them in one paper with the full answers, because if they send to different ministries, so they answered only on their mandate. And we as a single window can handle it, and it's also very helpful for diplomatic mission in the country and also abroad the country. And I think that I am fully agree also with Natalia again that handshaking and eye-to-eye talks and forums helps a lot, because business loves also private relationship. If you are in good mood, if you are shaking hands, if you share the dinner together, it brings more flexible and free relationship without like protocol things and so on, which make more heavy the relationships. And we use all these tools, and I just advise to those countries who has diaspora, use them, and to have reps there in their countries, because it helps a lot. Even in technical issues, like if you need some venue, they have venue. If you need some cars there, if you need something, again, to print or something like this, they are your people, you can go, and you feel you like at home in abroad. Thank you very much.
Excellent. So the diaspora is potential investor. That's the nugget of information we got from this response. We are doing okay on time. Dr. Demi, would you also like to share with us your experience on lead generation, any novelties you have?
Yeah, I mean, you know, like I said, when I laid the context, you know, we're trying to attract that new investor into the region, that new investor that's focused on emerging sectors like climate resilience, tech, agriculture, technology, digitalization of business. So sometimes that is outside the capability or outside of the existing networks that Caribbean Export and many of the national IPAs have, which would be the traditional networks that they would have. So that would require a new way of generating leads. Caribbean Export, over the last 3 years, has launched what we call our Caribbean Investment Forum, which is an investment forum designed to bring investors to the Caribbean region. Now, traditionally, whenever we had an investment forum that's focused on the Caribbean, it would be held in Miami, it would be held in London, it would be held in New York City. We felt it important that we get the investors into the Caribbean so they can see what we have to offer, not only in terms of projects, but in terms of culture, in terms of feasibility, to get a flavor of the region. So when we started the Caribbean Investment Forum, the aim was to bring that new investor, and we worked with several new ideas for lead generation. On the previous panel, our colleagues from OCO Global, they assisted us very heavily to identify these investors and to pair them with the necessary projects that we have. Caribbean Investment Forum, the first edition was held in Trinidad and Tobago in 2022, the second edition in Bahamas in 2023, and just earlier this year, the third edition was held in Guyana. And we've seen that brand grow from strength to strength as we are seeing investors coming into the region because they want to identify what the region has to offer. And I must make note of this. We are competing for investments with other territories, with Moldova and Armenia. Investors are looking for the best value for their money and the best projects. We always prided ourselves as having, creative people, stable economies, stable foreign exchange, political stability. But I've been sitting here for 3 days and nearly every single region are saying the same thing. Everybody has those competitive advantages. It is important that we harness our competitive advantages and identify the areas that we can attract that investors and we can compete for that investment dollar. So that's sort of my perspective on it.
Thank you very much, Dr. Demi. So I'll present the next question and the final question for the panel, starting with you, Dr. Demi. The question is as follows. It is about innovation in investment promotion agencies. As we know, foreign direct investment flows around the world have been muted, and the competition for the marginal investor, and in particular, high-quality investments, is becoming much more intense. It is surely not business as usual for investment promotion agencies. What are the types of innovation that are underway in your respective investment promotion agencies that you'd like to share with the audience?
Yeah, I mean, just to echo what you said, I mean, it can't be business as usual. In the region, coming out of we everywhere saw a dip in foreign direct investments during the COVID-19 pandemic years. The Caribbean region has fortunately managed to rebound in 2022, 2023, which shows the resilience of our economies. We will see foreign direct investment in the region skyrocket primarily due to Guyana. Guyana has discovered the largest reserves of oil and gas, and it's projected to be the fastest growing economy in the world over the next 4 to 5 years. So we're going to see the spillover from the investors coming into the region looking for opportunities in Guyana that will boost the investments. As you noted, it cannot be business as usual when trying to attract investors. And I sort of used my notes for the last question, is that we are competing with investments for investors from across the world, and many of the other territories that are looking for the same investors are adopting new and innovative practices to try to attract investors. So in the region, we have to encourage our national IPAs as well as our regional IPA to develop new strategies and new innovative strategies to attract investors. Digital attraction is key. Investors are willing to travel, but we have to find a way to reach them digitally. I hope my colleague from Armenia mentioned the diaspora. We can use the diaspora as a tool and as a resource to identify investors and bring them into the region. We have to improve our project offerings and make sure that we have bankable projects that are investable. Because too often in the Caribbean region, and I'm not sure if it's the same elsewhere, there are many concepts, there are many ideas, there are many thoughts, but they are not, and they are very good ideas, but they are not put in a package that an investor can come in and say, okay, I'm seeing the return on my investment, so I'm ready to come in and invest within the short term. It's a lot of negotiations and it takes a little while, and one thing usually can mean that deal will fall apart and an investor will go to another region. So we have to develop strategies that can develop bankable projects that we can present to investors that will make them excited when they come into the Caribbean region. And like I said, it cannot be business as usual. We have to look at these new ways of doing stuff. So I'll stop there and passing it to my colleagues.
Thank you very much, Dr. Demi. Should we now move to Natalia for the same question?
Thank you. I think I would like to give two examples for innovation in case of Moldova. One would be a more general related to the economy. So Invest Moldova as an organization is reporting to the Prime Minister's cabinet, but we have a very close and good relationship with the Ministry of Economy, Economic Development and Digitalization in Moldova. And one of the priorities of the current government, but also of the Ministry of Economy, is digitalization and debureaucratization. Last year, we had about 30% of public services for businesses digitalized, so you could do 30-35% of the activities online. As of today, we have that at more than 65, so it has been a huge priority with the target to have 75 by the end of the year and 100 within the next year. So innovation, on one hand, might mean simplifying the life cycle of the investor, of interacting with the state, eliminating the corruption in any form possible, and ensuring that the investor, the owner, the administrator of the company can manage the company regardless where they are. If they are in Moldova or if they are anywhere else in the world, they should be able to manage their business online and in a digital form. We have, just to give you an example in this sense, we have electronic signatures for almost everything. Moldova is a country of 2.5 million people in general, and the electronic signature right now we have an average of 5 million electronic signatures per month. So it is heavily used. At Invest Moldova, 95% of the papers I'm signing digitally, because that's one of the ways that is already normal for us. But it comes as an innovation not to complicate the things, but it comes to simplify. So it's even difficult to call it innovation, even though it is, using the technology to make the life of businesses easier. And I would give you also another example of innovation that we have applied at Invest Moldova. I've shared with you, Abhishek, a bit earlier. Sometimes innovation is also about giving up on some of the projects that for so many years you thought is the best idea in the world. In case of Invest Moldova, we have invested quite a lot of money and we've had the support of development partners to create a CRM solution for management of the database of the investors. So just a very concrete, pragmatic examples. It has taken us more than 3 years to still work on the solution, and I've joined Invest Moldova at the beginning of this year, still not having a solution that is working and that is adopted by the team, not because they had resistance, but because it was just simply not working, was not user-friendly enough. So we just had to cut down that project and say, I'm sorry, unfortunately, this doesn't suit our needs anymore, and we are going to just take a solution that is available online with a membership that is paid on a monthly basis, and it's simply a solution that works. What helped us to make this decision, I had a couple of calls with IPAs from the region. That's why such event as this one is also very important. Just calling them and asking them, hey, what are you doing? How are you managing your database? What is the innovation you have? Then to understand that the majority of the IPAs that I talk to are using some ready-made solutions that already exist, and we don't have to invent the bike or whatever other solution. So sometimes innovation is also in this, to not overcomplicate again the things, but look for the simple solution that maybe are already out there for you to be used.
Thank you very much. All votes for simplicity. Levon, let's hear from you.
It's absolutely the same situation, but I have to add also that at the moment we are in the process of implementing a forward-looking investment promotion strategy crafted collaboration with an expert from the Financial Times. This strategy involves benchmarking Armenia against targeted countries to identify best practices and competitive gaps, and by understanding how compare with peers we can refine our approach and offer a compelling value proposition to investors. Our focus is on high priority sectors where Armenia stands out, such as IT, renewable energy, agribusiness and advanced manufacturing sector that align with global trends and investor interests. Armenia's ability to offer a combination of skilled talent, cost competitiveness and business-friendly environment allow us to create targeted narrative for different markets. The strategy also emphasizes data-driven decision making and proactive engagement with investors, ensuring that our efforts are aligned with their needs and priorities. As we continue to innovate and enhance our capability, our goal is to position Armenia as a top choice for investment that drives sustainable growth and long-term value. This journey is ongoing and we are committed to staying alive and responsive in the face of global challenges. And in the situation with the CRM, we have same situation and we want to change because today to make long-term strategy, I think it's not a good idea because worlds change very rapidly and situation change very rapidly, and for us we want to make a strategy for 1 or 2 years, no more. And we look forward, and if something change, we can also rechange our strategy as well. And for example, it was talked about the aftercare services. For us was very helpful to work with World Bank IFC. They help us a lot. And now I mentioned Financial Times expert. It's also donor. So USA they makes for us. And I want to say that the tool of donors is also very important in terms of IPAs, strategy, policy, and mandate, and to make our agencies more powerful.
Very good. Excellent responses. So we heard many rich experiences on this question of innovation. And if I may, I'd like to summarize some of the things I heard, which I think could benefit the audience. Let's start with number 1. There's a lot of potential on digitalization in using digital tools for outreach, including for diaspora, use of digitalization in preparing bankable projects and putting that information out there for potential investors. Related, from Moldova, we heard that digitalization of public services, up to 2/3, going upwards to 3/4, is itself a type of innovation because it reduces corruption, increases efficiency, boosts simplicity of regulations and regulatory compliance. That was the first point. The second point is about prioritizing. Innovation manifests also by selecting things to do less and selecting things to do more. And that prioritization we heard from the experience of Moldova is through the CRM application example where a custom application was traded off, deprioritized towards a market available off-the-shelf product. We heard similar things from the experience from Armenia. The third type of innovation comes from, one could characterize this as sector selection. From the experience of Armenia, we saw that strategic innovation, that is innovation in how one re-emphasizes certain sectors in the economy, is equally important. The focus on information technology, manufacturing, renewable energy provides signals to potential investors that Armenia is now ready for new type of investments. So an innovation on strategy side. Very rich discussion, interesting insights, rich experiences from Asia, Europe, the Caribbean. With this, let me thank this distinguished panel for sharing with us these diverse perspectives, anchored experiences from the daily operations and investment promotion agencies, export development agencies. And with that, we'd like to conclude this panel. Thank you very much for your time and your energy and attendance to this interesting topic and panel. Thank you very much.
Royal Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And we are in full force and in the midst of the third and final day of the 28th World Investment Conference, ladies and gentlemen. And I can see the hall is filling up because the upcoming session is indeed a very pertinent and special one. It's titled Strategic Alliances, Leveraging Partnerships for Investment Success. And we have an outstanding session, an outstanding panel for you, which will be once again moderated by the Director of the Head of International Media Relations at APCO, Naweed Jabarkhil, who's already done a fantastic job the first time around. Please welcome Naweed to the stage. It's wonderful to have you. And ladies and gentlemen, the two outstanding speakers we have for this session. He is, of course, the Minister of Industry and Mineral Resources of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Please welcome His Excellency, Mr. Bandar Ibrahim Al Khwarif. Hello, Minister, Your Excellency. And to round up this spectacular panel, we have the Minister of Foreign Affairs for Economic Development, International Trade and Investment of St. Kitts and Nevis. Please welcome the Right Honourable Dr. Denzel Douglas, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. And with that, Naweed, the floor is yours again.
Much, Ali, Your Highnesses, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this session focusing on the importance of strategic alliances and leveraging partnerships for global success. It gives me great pleasure to host this very important panel discussion at a time when the world perhaps needs more international collaboration. As we near the end of 2024, the world looks very different today than it did in recent decades, arguably even than it did in recent years. Power dynamics are reshaping the global order towards a more multipolar world. Traditional alliances are being tested, while others are being formed, particularly in places like the so-called Global South. There are wider challenges facing the planet and most nations as well, including the threat of climate change to a reworking of global supply systems, trade systems and rules as well, and the rapid rise, of course, of technologies, which we've been hearing a lot about here at the 28th edition of the World Investment Conference in Riyadh. Amidst all that uncertainty, where are the opportunities for strategic alliances for more international collaboration? How do nations work together to try and build those alliances to foster and harness investments across the world, which is crucial to many countries around the world, particularly those in developing nations and emerging markets. And looking within nations as well, how do they collaborate internally, the public and private sector, something that we'll touch upon in this session. Very happy to welcome our two esteemed guests. Thank you very much for giving up the time. I'll start with you, Your Excellency. Congratulations on the deals announced here yesterday, a sign perhaps of the strategic alliances. You had a Chinese company, Australian, South African, Indian, all choosing to invest here more than $9 billion in the kingdom, a sign of confidence in this economy. How important are international partnerships, strategic alliances for the kingdom and its Vision 2030?
Thank you very much. And first of all, on behalf of the Saudi government, I would like also to thank everybody here for joining us and really taking the time to be part of this forum. I would like to begin by saying that during the design of the Vision 2030, it was very clear that Saudi Arabia has great ambitions to be a global player in many activities. And within mining and industry, when we also looked at our strategies, international collaboration was at the heart of this strategy. It's not an add-on. It's not something that we are trying to create. No, it has been part of how we designed most of the activities that we we plan and we are executing today. And if you just look at, for example, the mining sector, it was very clear that mining as an industry lacks so many investments, regulations, focus on research, development, innovation, the ability of mining to adapt to new technologies which are today available in making mines more safer, much more efficient, and energy efficient also. So in industry, it was very clear also that our industrial base, which has been built in the last 60, 70 years at the back of our natural resource, mainly oil and gas, need to be expanded. And the way to expand this is with international cooperation. In fact, our early start of petrochemical was based on international collaboration. Company like SABIC focused on JVs to build its plants and to expand globally. So I think the question about international collaboration, it's a no-brainer. The question is really how to do it. Where can we find the right attractive concepts that makes it interesting for different parties to collaborate and to connect with each other? And I can tell you, before the pandemic and after the pandemic, things have changed a lot. It is much more easier job for someone like me today to talk about international collaboration as a result of what happened in the pandemic, as a result of what's happening today in the war between Russia and Ukraine, and the concentration of capabilities in different parts of the world. So what we have done is we looked at most of the supply chain, most of the value chain, where Saudi Arabia have a competitive advantage. Where do we see our capabilities come into place to add value, and where we can see others participating? And in energy transition, for example, we are a major player in solving for the future of minerals. We have also created the Future Mineral Forum, which addresses the whole subject of future of minerals and needs for minerals. In aviation, for example, we believe Saudi Arabia has a competitive advantage where we can work, and we are actually working today with most of the OEMs to help them solve for their challenges. I have visited probably all of the aviation manufacturers, and they share the same challenges in terms of the supply chain, most of which Saudi Arabia can actually solve for. If we just take the aluminium as a component of needed for the growth of the sector, Saudi Arabia can solve for that. But it will not be happening in isolation of a well-coordinated effort that government need to participate and make sure that there is a whole understanding between all parties to achieve that.
And that collaboration will be key for the long-term efforts and success, if you like, of some of these plans, because of that strategic positioning, the strategic bets on the industries and sectors that are going to be important for the future will require global collaboration. Right Honourable Denzil Douglas, let me come to you, because Saudi Arabia, a country of 35 million, St. Kitts and Nevis, far smaller in terms of population and size, an island nation in the Caribbean, but you have similar goals in terms of attracting investment, diversifying your economy. How are you doing it there? What's the focus for you?
Right. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Of course, I want to thank WIPA for the opportunity to be here, and of course, Saudi Arabian government for providing the environment for us to be able to share our experiences. St. Kitts and Nevis, we are two islands in the Caribbean region. In fact, I think we might be the smallest nation, independent nation in the world, having achieved independence some 41 years ago from Great Britain. And what was the country like then? We were just simply growing sugarcane, manufacturing sugar, sold it to Britain, and that was it. That could not sustain our development for the future. And so with the collapse of the sugar industry back in 2005, there created the need to seriously diversify the economy from sugar agriculture to services, mainly led by tourism and hospitality services, supported by international communication services, education, international education services, to some extent looking after our food security by agriculture, and some light manufacturing. But what was critical was that we could not advance into this new arena for the betterment of our country and our people without the strong cooperation with partners. Partners at the international level, partners at the United Nations level, partners who were prepared to assist us and take us through the necessary pathway of creating a modern state. Today, we are boasting of becoming maybe the first small island sustainable state. How do we do that? We were able to use two important factors or institutions. One, when the industry collapsed, sugar industry collapsed, the World Bank and the IFC, together with the IMF, looked at doing business in our country and realized that we were not attractive at all. And so they assisted in creating the St. Kitts and Nevis Investment Promotion Agency. That was important as a vehicle to begin to make contact with the rest of the world in terms of investment opportunities. And then there was one of the articles in our Constitution that said the government was able to provide citizenship to persons who would have made a significant investment in the country. And there was then created the Citizenship by Investment Program. Many countries today have residency, but we were able to advance towards citizenship within a relatively short period of time. Once you were able to invest your capital in specific selected areas that the government had targeted for our own development into the future. Of course, we had to be very careful in doing due diligence checks on those who were investing. That's where the Investment Promotion Agency came in. They had to ensure that the investors were properly vetted. We had to make sure that money was clean money, as we would say. And I want to emphasize here that we were not in the business at all of selling passports. We don't do that. We invite you to invest, either in selected capital projects. For example, all of our hotels that we have today in the country have come through that particular program. And we're talking about high-end, high-net-worth hotels, Park Hyatt, Four Seasons, etc. All of those hotels were in fact created as a result of investment in the infrastructural development of the country. And then you were also asked to make contributions to the Sugar Industry Diversification Foundation, which the government then used for infrastructural development and retraining of the workforce generally in the country.
So an example in your eyes of how policy can affect change and keep value within a nation. And Saudi Arabia, similarly, Your Excellency, we've seen recently the move towards a more domestic focus in terms of some of the investments being driven on a large scale, whether that's by the national bodies like the PIF. But I think that's why yesterday's announcement was fairly important, because it was private sector money coming into projects into Saudi Arabia from recognized global brands. What opportunities does Saudi Arabia in the industrial and mining sector offer private sector companies, individual investors around the world today?
Well, I think, coming from private sector, I can say investors look for three things. They want to make money, they want growth, and they want to eliminate risk. So this is exactly what we are doing in Saudi Arabia. We are making sure that the sectors we target are designed to be profitable through the existing structure. And one of the enablers that we have been able to successfully implement is local content regulation, whereby we are more or less giving certain clarity and visibility on the demand driven by the government purchasing, or now by large companies, either state-owned or owned by majority of the government. So this is a huge enabler. And in manufacturing, once you have certain demand that allows you to build the capabilities, then you can always expand to other regions. So I would say one of the most important drivers is local content. Second is we have spent a lot of effort and money on infrastructure. The infrastructure today in Saudi Arabia, both physical and digital, that is focusing on manufacturing and supply chain and logistics, is very advanced. It allows investors to reduce a lot of the costs that they will normally would have to pick up. If you look at our sophisticated industrial cities like Jubail and Yanbu and now Ras Al Khair, where large capabilities were able to be built as a result of this investment, then we are continuing to invest, and especially in the digital side, where we see the government investment is allowing private sector to accelerate their advanced manufacturing capabilities, or AI, or robotics, or 3D printing and additive manufacturing, and so on. The third thing is the industrial or the economical cities, where we have already approved 3 economical zones. So these allow additional benefits for people who are targeting not only the local market, but also global markets. So we have one in Ras Al Khair, we have another one in Jizan, and the third in King Abdullah Economic City. They are offering a different kind of offering. And then we have, of course, financing. I think is very important. Saudi Arabia has been very successful in development financing since the 70s, with the first opening of the Saudi Industrial Development Fund and the Agriculture Fund. These funds today represent a very important enabler, where we see their contribution not only in money, but also in credibility. Today, commercial banks trust these development banks when they approve loans to private sector. In 2024, we probably will close at 12 billion only from SIDF, the Saudi Industrial Development Fund. This 12 billion contribution is actually bringing projects more than 60 billion. So the amount of contribution is almost 20%, but the amount of the projects are huge. And then we also have very important programs towards the future of the country. One is the human capital program. We are very mindful of the need of human capital and capabilities. So we have a huge, full-fledged program that is addressing education, training, skilling, upskilling, and so on. We are also sponsoring students to study outside in universities or even to be trained outside in different companies or institutions. So this is to address the human capital needs. And then we have another program, which is the RDI program, which addresses the positioning of Saudi Arabia in the research, development, and innovations space, where we don't see ourselves only importers of technology, but we are going to be ready to export. So, but all of this is, I would call, standard offering. In addition to all of this, we, in specific projects, we have incentives that are very well designed to target certain investments that need a certain push to happen. And I always say to our global partners, come with us in the kitchen, design your own meal rather than ordering from a set menu. So when the size of the project is sizable, when the project is very sensitive, critical, we are ready. And this is not only the Ministry of Industry, but it's in collaboration with Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Investment, Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Environment and Agriculture, and also some areas where there is a specific focus, like food security, pharmaceuticals. Yeah. We have dedicated teams who are looking at these projects in energy transition, in our strategy for localization. There is a lot of enablements, and we also offer grants and incentives. Yeah.
I wanted to finish off by touching on technology shortly, but thank you, Your Excellency. Dr. Douglas, you sit in a part of the world where the United States is quite close. We've heard in the last 24 to 48 hours from the President-elect, Donald Trump, saying to the north, to the south, there will be more tariffs, Mexico and Canada, along with China. That's 43% of the US's trade that are set to be slapped with tariffs. If you take what President Trump says as reality, or whether it will happen, what tensions do you see as a country like St. Kitts and Nevis from the increased geopolitical tensions, and how do you try and mitigate that? Is the right way to mitigate it by saying we do business and attract investment from all sides?
Right. Of course, I want to emphasize that we are open for business. And so if there is any concern about what may develop in this new era with regard to the United States and otherwise, countries like St. Kitts and Nevis are there, ready to receive in the most hospitable way anyone who wants to do business with us. We are about to enter the second phase of our development as a small nation. We are aware of the impacts of climate change on our countries and the impact of rhetoric that you've just mentioned coming from the powerful nations of the world. That is why today we are asking for support, partnership, government-to-government partnership, private sector partnership, here in the UAE, and in the Arab world, here in Saudi Arabia, and the UAE in particular. We need to transition our dependence on fossil fuel, but not to discard fossil fuel. In fact, Saudi Arabia just a few months ago had worked with us in helping to finance new generators for electricity. They are hybrids, because we are also determined to ensure that as we get into greener energy sources, that we would be able, however, to make the necessary transition without disruption.
And a nation like yours, an island nation, particularly vulnerable to the effects of climate change. We've just had COP29 in Baku, where the G77, which St. Kitts and Nevis is part of, walked out of negotiations at one stage. How important is it for you as a nation, for you as a minister, for the investments coming in to ensure that they don't damage the planet too much in a country like St. Kitts and Nevis?
That's exactly what I'm getting at, because, as I said, in the second phase of our development, we want to ensure that we can become a sustainable island state. How do we do that? Greener energy. It needs resources. It needs friendship and partnerships. It needs such to be not only with the private sector, but with the government, diplomatic relations, and exploring those opportunities. We want to invest in desalination, because although we are saying that we are an agricultural country, we need irrigation sources. And as a small country with climate change, rainfall is now being impacted negatively. We have to find water. And so desalination is an area that we have already identified, and we have begun to make investments in that area. Again, I was here last year, Saudi Arabia, with the Summit of Heads of Government. I was here with my Prime Minister, and that was one of the areas that we have mentioned. Not only desalination, but we have a geothermal capacity in St. Kitts and Nevis. Not only would we have renewable energy in large abundance, but we would be able to utilize that to drive industry, to drive new developments that will incorporate the use of reliable, cheaper energy. And that is why the partnership is so critically important with this part of the world, and ensuring that COP29, our voice was loud there. We were asking for the necessary financial support because we can't generate it. But we believe as part of the international community, we are calling for partnership. Let us work together and let us have the necessary financing that would ensure that my people in the part of the world, in the Caribbean, are also able to live decent lives.
Thank you, Dr. Douglas. Your Excellency, I'll come to you for we've got a few minutes left with a final question. We've just heard there a passionate plea for the sorts of support required by some nations around the world. Saudi Arabia, some of these clean energy investments, Saudi Arabia, people associate industry, heavy industry and mining as something that's perhaps polluting, but there's a lot happening with technology that's changing things. Saudi Arabia wants to be at the forefront of this, particularly with that super region that you speak about from West Africa up till Central Asia, looking at the minerals that will power the energy transition in the future. Future technology, how significant is that in your plans here in Saudi Arabia, and ensuring that technology is available and equitably distributed around the world?
Well, future technologies, not only future, I mean, technologies are being well tested and ready to be used. I think what have happened in the last 20 years in manufacturing specifically allows for countries like Saudi Arabia really to be competitive in manufacturing. Today, more and more we see that large-scale manufacturing is no longer a challenge. Today, we can actually do so many capabilities with much less scale. The technology advancement that has happened is also fits with our demographics. We are not a nation where we have, a lot of people, and we have fear of adaptation of technology on these technologies being at the cost of our workforce. On the contrary, we believe that the more we adopt technology, the more we can make the sector appealing for our people and our new generation. The betting on technology is one of the things that we are great believers here in Saudi. And in addition to how it will help our demographics, It is the most probably important part of how we can excel, how we can grow. I was just recently, this Sunday, I was visiting KAUST, and it was very easy to see that this investment of the country in this institution, only in 15 years, we can actually see technologies that can be commercialized very quickly. And this is our job. How can we also link academia, research and development, innovation into becoming a reality? So we are building everything we are building here in Saudi, we are building things for the future, including mining. Mining is a sector that has lacked and is still, unfortunately, lacking investment in general and in specific investment in technology, where we can see so many tools that are today available. I was probably 2 months ago in Chile and Brazil, and the advancement in mining services, management of mines is tremendous, where we can see people moving equipment 1,000 kilometers from the mine. These kind of jobs are going to change the face of mining. What is also interesting is the technologies that have been available today to have more efficiency in mining. We can see technologies where tailing that has been kept aside for many years, which is more or less the waste of the mine, is now being extracted again. And with new technologies, there is a lot going on. One of the technologies we have seen in KAUST actually is how to extract lithium from water that has been used in oil wells to pump water. So we are a great believer in technology. We have the right infrastructure. I talked earlier about the RDI program, the Human Capital program. These programs actually are core and fundamental to ensure that technologies do actually see the light at the end of the tunnel and be converted from an idea to an actual commercial project. Saudi Arabia is the right place to do so.
And I think what happens with those plans, I think, may have a big impact, not just here in Saudi Arabia, the region, but all around the world as well, whether you look at those challenges from climate change to the energy transition, and far more as well, given the importance of the mineral sector, the critical minerals around the world. Thank you so much to both of my panelists again for giving up their time in your very, very busy schedules. First of all, we have His Excellency Bandar Al Khuraif, the Minister of Industry and Minerals of Saudi Arabia, and of course the Right Honourable Dr. Denzel Douglas, the Foreign Minister of the St. Kitts and Nevis. Thank you.
Thank you indeed. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your remarks. Thank you to both Excellencies and the moderator, of course, Naveed. Thank you so much for a very interesting and insightful session, ladies and gentlemen. We are approaching slowly the final stretches, if you will, of this year's World Investment Conference, but rest assured, still much more to come on the main stage. For the time being, we're going to take a short break until 2:30 p.m., so we'll be back here in approximately 30 minutes. Thank you so much, and see you back here shortly.
Very good afternoon, everybody. Having worked with more than the investment teams of more than 60 countries, the one thing which I have seen in the most successful investment teams is the depth of sectors that they have. So the ones who are the most successful are the ones which are very deep in their sector part. What works for broader investment promotion will not necessarily work for these niche sectors. And that's what we are here for. We have a set of experts with us, people who come from specific sectors or from specific countries promoting specific sectors. And the idea is today to learn at what they have done, which actually makes them so successful, which brings in these, really wonderful jobs. So we have a number of experts with us. What I'm going to do is we will be having 3 rounds of questions. The first is where we'll be getting a more broader overview about a particular sector or about a particular country and the sectoral approach of that country. The second is where we will go into a particular sector, and then we will look at how the investment ecosystem for that sector has got created. And what is those unique things which, these experts are doing. And finally, and I'm hoping we do have time for, for the third question, we'll request each of them to, give us some example, some case study of, this wonderful work that they've been doing. So, maybe we'll just quickly get into the panel. I'll be requesting first Mr. Mario Vargas. Mr. Vargas, Peru has demonstrated macroeconomic soundness in recent years. Could you share insights into which sectors are currently most relevant for attracting foreign investors?
Thank you. Thank you for WIPA for having me and for the opportunity to talk a little bit about my country. First, I would like to talk a little bit about some figures that makes Peru interesting for investors. The first point is that Peru has been growing during the last 25 years permanently. So that means that it's a stable country, and the rate was like in average 4.5%. That means that we did the work very well during the last years. The other point that I want to highlight is we talk about inflation. It's a big issue for some countries. We had an interannual rate of 2% during the last almost 28 years since the creation of WIPA, more or less. And the last point that I want to highlight is the fiscal solvency. That Peru gross public debt represent a modest 33% against the GDP. So for all of these reasons, Fitch ratings classify our country as a BBB rating. The other thing that I want to highlight that is Peru is a few of some countries that you can invest in any currency, and we treat national and foreign investment equally. During the last year, we received $38.3 million US dollars, mostly in the mining industry. 35% represent the mining industry. So having said that, we as a country selected, we focus in 3 specific sectors. The first one is the mining industry. That is very important for us because it creates jobs in regional places and uplift the skills of our workers. The second one is agriculture. We talk about modern agriculture. We talk about technology, and it's important for us because we have a competitive advantage. We have 84 out of 104 life zones of the world. and 3 drainage basins with almost 1,000 rivers and 12,000 lakes. That makes Peru the 4th mega-diverse of the world. And because of that, we expect to export almost 12,000 billion US dollars in this year. And the third one, but not least important, we talk about tourism. Also is important for us because we have a massive investment in airports, in the main airport, and also we have important international hotels chains that invested in Peru, and we have one of the 7 wonders that is Machu Picchu as a main icon of Peru. So for that reason, we believe that this sector is critical for creating jobs.
Wonderful. I'll come back to you with questions on mining and agriculture, in the next rounds. But, we are all in this beautiful city of Riyadh. I think this country is, it's just a tourism, it's such a beautiful, amazing place for tourism. I'll turn to Engineer Al-Harbish. Tourism has been a cornerstone of Saudi Arabia's economic diversification strategy under Vision 2030. What key strategies is the TDF, the Tourism Development Fund, adopting to identify high potential opportunities in this sector and attract global investors?
Before I start, I'd like to welcome everyone who's visiting Saudi Arabia, especially for the first time. I hope you're having a fantastic stay, and I urge you to explore the many wonders of Saudi Arabia, especially in the years to come. Before I talk about how TDF strategy is impacting our vision, we need to talk about the national tourism strategy. So in 2019, Saudi Arabia launched the e-visa and launched the national tourism strategy, which aims to attract 150 million annual visitors by 2030, aims to create 1 million new jobs by then, and to have a significant contribution on the Saudi GDP. As a subsequent, the strategy was done by analyzing what Saudi Arabia has to offer in terms of natural assets, experiences, where is our value proposition, and we have defined clear value proposition across Saudi Arabia and in each of the tourism destinations that we have, primarily sun and sea, culture and heritage, and adventure. Subsequent to that, 3 new entities were created: the Ministry of Tourism, to be the regulator, the Saudi Tourism Authority to be the main promoter, so they own the brand Visit Saudi, which I'm sure most of you have seen in Saudi Arabia and abroad, and the Tourism Development Fund with a mandate to support private sector investments in Saudi Arabia. 98%, more than 90% of the players in Saudi tourism are small and medium enterprises, so that signifies the importance of creating a fund to ignite and accelerate the development of tourism in Saudi Arabia. For the fund, we were created with a seed capital of 15 billion riyals, which amounts to around $4 billion. We are mandated to support the private sector, so we don't drive any project ourselves. We always have a private sector beneficiary to drive the sector. Our strategy is a sub-strategy of the national tourism strategy. It's important to highlight that several new entities were created after these 3 initial entities that were created upon the completion of the strategy, like the Air Connectivity Program, like the Red Sea Authority, and others. What we aim to do is twofold. Let me summarize it, simplify it into twofolds. There are some anchor assets that we need to develop to kickstart the momentum in attractive destinations that maybe lack this anchor asset that would be the magnet to attract tourism. And then there is the supply and demand equation, where there is a beautiful destination that lacks the right offering or supply, so we help and accelerate the development from the private sector. We're the first development fund in Saudi that has the luxury of having 11 different financial products. Since then, we've developed non-financial products and programs, especially for SMEs and startups, to help them along the journey so that they can qualify for funding either through TDF or through the commercial banks or others. I'll stop here. I don't want to spend too much time talk about.
You know, a number of people I talked to in the last 2 days, they were all wishing that we had kept, 1 or 2 extra days to do a little more sightseeing. And we can see, the amazing work which TDF is doing to make it such an amazing place, for all of us.
It's important just to highlight, not only TDF. So our initial target by 2030 was to attract 100 million visitors.
Wow.
We were able to achieve that last year.
And
the target was since increased to 150 million visitors.
It's
so
wonderful. I think we'll turn to Chitra. Chitra, could you elaborate on Invest India's sectoral strategy? How has sector specialization shaped your approach to investment promotion?
Right. Good afternoon, everyone. I will take a slightly macro approach to the question, sir. Our growth in the last 1 decade has been exponential.
You want to bring the mic a little closer?
We have gone from being the 9th largest economy to the 5th. We'll become the 3rd now. Our ease of doing business ranking, it rose from 142nd to 63rd, all within 9 years. This happened because of sectoral changes and sector agnostic changes. And both of them tie into each other. We are unable to separate those two. For example, as of today, within the last 10 years, we have reduced about 42,000 compliances, decriminalized over 4,000 across all sectors in basic areas like construction, permits, electricity, water, which kind of cater to all your sectors. Now coming to what we want to do. We are in what our Honorable Prime Minister calls Amrit Kal right now, which is a Vision 2047 for the country. How do we get there? And in numbers, that means getting to become a $5 trillion economy by 2028 and a $30 trillion economy by 2047. Ambitious goals. We will not get there without having a sector-specific strategy, right? So what we did was we identified 9. We call them the PM9 sectors, Priority Mandate 9. I would like to read them out for everyone. Auto and EV, ESDM, textiles, pharma, green energy, food processing, infra, FII, and chemicals. So there, we have a tall order. Now what do? How do you investment promote with such a wide bouquet? What we do is try to answer a few basic questions. Why in India, where in India, and how in India? And when you do this analysis for every sector, the answers have pretty much been common for us. Region segregated, yes, but the fundamental problems and gaps have remained the same. So I think that helps.
It's wonderful, and I think it's always good if the vision actually comes from the top. So it's good to see, the Honorable Prime Minister of India taking a direct interest in sectoral strategy, which, then the investment agency of the country then aligns with. Let's turn to one of the largest companies in the world. We have Dr. Mohammed here with us from J&J. Dr. Mohammed, what factors are contributing to the growth of pharma sector in Saudi Arabia, and how are international investors playing a role in this?
Great, thank you so much. So when it comes to the landscape of healthcare in Saudi Arabia, we see continuous, sustainable, growing investment toward the healthcare system from the government of Saudi Arabia. That being said, there is a big intention to create the country to be a hub for niche technology, cutting-edge technology, and becoming a referral center for other countries to treat their patients. So I think that is backed up with very strong infrastructure, strong policy that is enabling people to do that, and also harmonize an ecosystem to do that. Now, the second part of the question is about what makes it, if I understand correctly, what makes it lucrative to the investor to come to Saudi Arabia. Well, if we look into the region, I think I can say and claim that Saudi Arabia maybe is the most robust on a solid granularity when it comes to healthcare practices, when it comes to sustainable healthcare, and when it comes to incentivizing the healthcare, a purposeful investment. So that being said, now Saudi Arabia having a strong center like King Faisal Specialist Hospital, centers within Riyadh and East and West Zone. These centers are really equipped with cutting-edge devices, facilities, medications, but also high caliber doctors and practitioners. And then if you look into the other side of it, it's the research centers that we see in Saudi Arabia and becoming harmonized even more and more. I'm talking about the research center in King Faisal Research Center within the King Abdullah Research Center at National Guard, the academic facility within King Saud University. So these centers and more are becoming more and more communicating and building very strong infrastructure. So for any investor to come, you have the sustainable fund for the healthcare system. You have a strong infrastructure for translational research and drug discovery. You have the incentive from the government that will enable you to bridge into having more meaningful products outside as an outcome of that investment. Now, in total, I mean, this is, I think, what is any investor in life sciences looking for. And at the end of the day, all our regulations, if you look into it from legal, from regulatory, from reimbursement, it's very well harmonized with the global standardization. And this is making Saudi even, from policy perspective, is communicable to other countries, which makes it much easier and much feasible. And I'm very sure we heard the data from Ustad Al-Harbish. And now we are almost reaching a very, very strong milestone in KPIs. And moving forward, I think the growth is sustainable and the trajectory is very promising.
It's wonderful. I think there's so much that we can learn from this country, and I'm sure all the visitors who have come from across the world are really gaining a lot from what they're looking at here in Riyadh. You did talk about the investment ecosystem, and for this maybe we'll start with a round of questions regarding the ecosystem. I'll first turn to Chitra. Chitra, how does Invest India create a favorable ecosystem for investments with sectors like healthcare, and that we were just hearing about it, with sectors like healthcare, technology? What steps is India taking to ramp up FDI in these specialized industries?
Right. So we do believe that a favorable ecosystem is a byproduct of government will. Government will depends on what our national goals are. Say, for example, when we say we want manufacturing to contribute to 30% of our GDP instead of 17%, massive increase. That will include manufacturing-dependent sectors, manufacturing-heavy sectors. Again, think of it from a different perspective. 50% population below the age of 30. You need tech-savvy sectors where they get quality jobs, men and women both. So I think for our states and for our center, the will and the focus on sectors is very varied. It's very different. India, as diverse as we are, so are our interests for our states. But as for the basic measures taken to foster a conducive environment, there are many. Like I said, the EODB rank increase itself, it speaks for itself. Other than that, we could look at the simplification of the tax regime, GST, by a very far margin. The reduction of the corporate tax rate from 30 to 22. You could look at the decriminalization of non-compliance, 42,000 licenses done away with, which you do not need anymore. So these are the steps we have taken. But like I said, as far as sectors are concerned, because we are such a diverse country, we'd have to take it region by region.
Thank you so much. I've had one-on-one discussions with at least, I would say, 10 to 12 country investment teams in the last 2 days. And the one thing which comes out commonly across these is the ease of doing business for investors. How do you make it really easier for them? And it's actually interdepartmental coordination is the one thing which I've been hearing from countries across the world. If we could have a magic bullet which can, make it just seem so seamless, I think that is going to be amazing. I'll turn to Dr. Mohammed. What recent reforms and initiatives have made Saudi Arabia an attractive destination for investments in the life sciences and pharma sector?
I think there are a lot. I can tell you, like it's a very smart in a way that's really making sure that we have create a strong pipeline when it comes to drug discovery, but also at the same time when it comes to the downstreams of the business. So when it comes to the upstream, which is the drug discovery, I think creating of the National Institute of Health, creation of the Research, Development and Innovation Authority, which says the chairman is His Royal Highness Prince Mohammed, is leading that. It tells you a strong message about the intention of the country, where we want it to go. And also funding and having a fund for translational research within the academia and also within the research system is really that tackling down the upstream of drug discovery. Now, when it comes to the downstreams, it's the country is putting a lot of incentives for product that's been manufactured in the country, putting a lot of incentives for product that has been having a research in the country with the economic participation policies. So it's kind of given end-to-end solution and covering the upstream and the downstreams, and trying to fill the gap that could be created sometimes from having, because research to drug discovery usually takes very long time. So I think having this smart strategy that is having like a very short-term expected outcome, but also a long-term expected outcome, will take the country to the next level. I always ask myself or colleagues, I mean, imagine if we did not make a decision 40 or 45 years ago and did not have a tertiary hospital like King Faisal. We will be in a different shape, for example, in terms of delivering healthcare, high-quality healthcare to our patients. Now, in 40 years from now, I'm very sure someone will ask him or herself, saying like, what if we didn't have these initiatives and this ecosystem? So sometimes the outcomes from healthcare investment takes longer than expected, but I think we are in the right trajectory.
It's wonderful. I think in the post-COVID world, all of us have realized, the importance of this sector. It was always a given, but I think the seriousness which each country is attaching, to healthcare, to life sciences, to pharmaceuticals, to medical devices, I think it's, I would say it's one of the most critical sectors for, investment teams across the world. I'll turn to Engineer Halbarish. The Saudi Vision 2030 has set ambitious goals for attracting investment across various sectors. What role does TDF play in creating a favorable investment ecosystem for tourism? And how are partnerships with global investors being fostered?
It's a convoluted question. I think from the point of view of a lender or a co-investor, what investors are, especially international, they're looking for a clear vision, and that we clearly have in Saudi Arabia, a clear vision on where we're heading as a country and as a sector. Number two is alignment of all the government entities, so let's say a very strong support system, ease of doing business, all of that is excellent and is continuously improving thanks to the excellent collaboration between the tourism ecosystem that I described in the previous question and the Ministry of Investment and all of the different players in Saudi Arabia. Thirdly is the data, availability of data, and where are we heading in terms of forecasts and targets, right? Lastly, and maybe this most importantly, which we didn't have a few years ago, is actual performance. It's a completely different picture when we show Dir'iyya or Red Sea or Al-Ula on PowerPoint slide versus when people or investors go and enjoy and see that for themselves. So I think this gives you the foundation that is needed. TDF plays its role in providing the right incentives, financial and non-financials, to investors towards unlocking opportunities. Maybe I'll give an example of how we pivot the value proposition of TDF. So when we started, we imagined that providing lower interest rates, longer tenor, better financial products would be the key success factor, and we were surprised that that was not at all what is needed, especially for someone new to Saudi Arabia. What is needed is really a success partner in Saudi, hand-holding the investor, introducing them to the right opportunities, the right investors, navigating through the different challenges that they might face, and the financial support comes at the very end. We have supported many investors in identifying the right opportunity, maybe changing what they had in mind to a better, more suitable project that they would invest. And we have a few success stories that I'd like to share. Maybe in the following question, but I think success breeds success. I think it was very challenging in the first few years because we were really selling a dream, right? But now that this dream is already a reality, it's a completely different story.
No, I think these were really very nice words of wisdom, which I'm sure each participant would have talked about. But I think you just started with the first point, which is about having a clear vision, a vision so grand in this case, where an investor can see, how the next 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, he's a part of that vision. And, we did get a personal direct experience of looking at Diriyah. I wish, I could go to Red Sea Global this time, but, it's just amazing to see the way things are happening.
I really invite you and everyone here to visit, but as a leisure traveler. Right. You'll really enjoy it. I promise you that.
Thank you so much for the hospitality. I'll turn to Mr. Vargas here, and we know you're a deep expert in the mining sector. This sector plays a very crucial role in Peru's economy. You did talk a little bit about it. Could you tell us more about the mining sector and then also elaborate on importance of the mining services sector and the potential for foreign investors? So, we're going deeper and deeper from a sector into a subsector, and we have an expert here who will tell us more about it.
Great. Well, in Peru, the mining industry or the mining sector is very strong, as I said before, and it helps. It's a big anchor that helps to develop the capabilities for the mining service industry. And in the mining service, we can classify two sub-industries. The services sectors, like software, for example, and the manufacturing. We manufacture spare parts for machinery in Latin America. So for these two reasons, we, as an office, as an agency, we engage potential investors that want to know about our companies in Peru. The big players, they know how to approach and they know how to deal with this. They deal with the big players in the market, but the small and medium-sized companies or investors, they are the ones that approach to us, and we connect them to the companies that we believe that they have a strong background in the industry. So I have two case studies to tell. For example, we have one company that is a software company. The CEO founded the company, is a Peruvian, a software engineer, is a mining engineer, but living in very remote areas, and he worked in a mining company as well, and he worked abroad, working in different companies. And then because the knowledge that he acquired working in industry, he founded a company that develops software for fleet management. Okay. So this company grew during the last years, and then he received a foreign investment, and he hired almost 200 software engineers across Peru. So this is something, a case study, because he is also providing services internationally from different continents. And the second one is the company, the name is Linings. This company manufactures linings for mills. So this company was like succeeding in the market, and then all of a sudden an Australian company acquired the company a couple of years ago because they believe that they have a domestic market. We have polymetallic resources, so from Peru they started to develop the market within Latin America.
No, it's wonderful. I must say, these are really nice case studies. But the important point is, see how deep these countries are going into, from a broader sector level into a subsector, and then into even, specific products, and, getting investors for those. 200 jobs is a beautiful number, is what I would say. But I think we're also turning to the third round, and that's where we look forward to also hearing some of other case studies, for some of the other panelists who are there with us. And maybe we'll also touch up a little bit around incentives in this round, because we know that's again a very important part of the investment promotion ecosystem. We'll start with Engineer Halbarish. Could you share a recent case study or a successful tourism project where the Tourism Development Fund played a key role in securing investments and in driving economic growth?
I'll quickly describe one of them. One of our actually first project is a Rixos resort on the Red Sea. It's the King Abdullah Economic City. When I first joined TDF, the investor was looking for an opportunity, was exploring, let's say. So we were very keen to facilitate for the investor and operator and developer as well to find the right opportunity that matches what they're looking for. The project, by the way, is a 500-key resort with a water park, 10 restaurants. It's a close to 2 billion riyal or $500 million dollars. So it's a very large project on a plot of land that's around 250 million square meters. So what were the challenges? The challenges was really matching the investor need, the value proposition of the operator with the real right opportunities. And we didn't leave a rock unturned. We explored I would say maybe 50 to 100 different opportunities, and that effort was led by us, and this is the lesson learned. We had to take on this effort. We couldn't just stay passive and wait for the pieces of the puzzles to come together. We had to put it together. We identified that opportunity in the location today, and the hotel will be operational hopefully in Q2 next year. And we're very, very excited about that. There's another very quick example, it's maybe a bit broad. We created the TDF Grow, which is an accelerator, incubator, or the center that hosts all the non-financial products that TDF has to offer, because we realized we institutionalized the non-financial effort in a center so that we can maximize the reach of TDF and the value proposition that we provide to our investors. Today, I can say around maybe 5,000 beneficiaries benefited from the different offerings that the center has offered. And what gives us pleasure is most of these beneficiaries are entrepreneurs and small and medium enterprises, both Saudi and international. So we believe it works. We believe there are areas of improvement, and we're learning as we go. His Excellency, the Minister of Tourism, who's also our chairman, was very keen. We cannot wait to develop a strategy that is bulletproof and then start execution. The sector is new. The mandate is huge. We need to kind of develop and learn as we go so that we can really tackle the needs of the international investor.
Beautiful, we can see all of this magic happening in Saudi. I do want to, so we did the WIPA Investment Excellence Awards this time, and we got 84 entries, and I went through each of those entries very carefully. I can see, the real winning teams are the ones which had this out-of-box approach. A problem, where maybe the investor was stuck and they really went out of the way, find a solution, maybe, and I don't want to take out specific examples, but the real winning entries were the ones where the investment team was actually getting into the shoes of the investor and really getting into a problem-solving approach. So, but these examples which we heard today, I think they're absolutely amazing. Turning to Dr. Muhammad, what factors and incentives are necessary to be adopted in Saudi Arabia to create a robust investment ecosystem for innovative solutions in the pharma sector?
That's a very tough question. I mean, given the fact, every government in the world, they wanted to maintain the budget for the healthcare system and minimize as much as possible the inflation so they can cover up as much as possible patient on timely fashion. But I think approval of the product, and I think Saudi FDA already did a great job into that matter and really harmonized with the international standards. On the other side, drug being approved, given the fact 60% of healthcare system is funded by the government, the other challenge is becoming the reimbursement, which is not just accessing and listing the product, but reimbursing the product. So I think one of the main incentives is really to shrink in that timeline as much as possible. So having the product available, it will also pay off to the government because accessibility to cutting-edge technology will enable the patient to be treated in timely fashion, decrease the disease burden, then decrease the investment on that patient to be treated. So, and other patients could seek a health care from outside the country. Also, that's another loss in the economy. So I think these are the top main, I would say, non-financial issues when it comes to incentivizing innovative medication. On the other side is the pricing of the medication and the reimbursement itself from financial perspective. Also, it's getting challenging as the research is becoming more expensive, technology is becoming more tailored towards the specific diseases with much more efficacy and much less safety and being harmful to the patients. That comes with a price. So there are so many countries struggling into striking the balance between both. But I mean, in Saudi Arabia, we see Saudi is, in many companies, is categorized as tier 1, where it is any product they have, they always bring it to Saudi as the same as they bring it to Europe and the States. It gives you a hint there is a strong market, there is a very well harmonized strategy and policies. As a pharmaceutical company leader, I mean, we definitely will aim for more and more of that, even shrinking the timeline for the reimbursement, even providing more regulatory easiness. I wouldn't say relaxing, but easiness. And also at the same time is the technology to produce the product is extremely expensive. So sometimes it's becoming also on the a burden on the healthcare system. So striking the balance between both, I think it's a common understanding between pharmaceutical company, but also the procurer and healthcare provider.
You know, it is something about creating an investment ecosystem. But if you have to create an innovative investment ecosystem, I think it takes a lot more. You know, governments really need to and have to do a lot. And I think it's great companies like J&J who are there with us can all, you know, actually show us the way how we can move further, you know, in these sort of sectors. Mr. Vargas, you had, you know, talked about 3 focus sectors. You know, we've heard about mining. I believe the other one was agri and food processing. My next question to you would be on that. Could you share how Peru's competitive advantage in the food industry, especially in fresh fruits, has driven investment?
Well, Peru has an excellent microclimate and is a predictable weather that we have, water availability and skilled workforce, so that helps a lot. And because of that, Peru has been leading the export market in 3 particularly fruits: grapes, avocados, and blueberries. If we talk about blueberries, Peru has been the testing ground of seed companies because the rapid growth of the crop and the competitive investment. So we are moving from the standard blueberry to a very high quality blueberry, the crunchy ones, the sweet that everyone loves. So, and there are a lot of investment from Europe and from the US that now are working with Peruvian companies to ensure the production. So the other thing that I want to highlight is Peru decided to cultivate non-GMO products. That means that we want to create a competitive advantage and preserve the environment as well. As the agriculture sector grows, we also face challenges. We want to reach the market quicker and fast, and that makes us invest more. And a few weeks ago, we just inaugurated a big port in Peru, but still we need more infrastructure. This is a challenge for all the countries. Also, we want to increase the numbers in asparagus. We used to be ranked #1 in the world, but we face also challenges. There are a lot of opportunities to work with the airlines, international airlines, to go to the market easily. And I want to say also that Peru signed 22 free trade agreements and 32 invest treaties with different countries, so we expect to sign more and to reach more markets quickly.
No, it's wonderful. You know, you can see a person from the field of investments who is talking about particular fruits and then the seeds of that fruit. So, you know, it just shows us the sectoral depth that the investment teams nowadays, you know, need to possess. And it's beautiful to see. I believe there are very beautiful linkages between Peru and the GCC countries, and a lot of investment movement actually happening in that space. So it's really wonderful to hear that. We'll turn to Chitra. Chitra, could you share a successful case study or a best practice from Invest India's campaigns that has effectively driven investment into high potential sectors?
Okay. So I'll give you 2 examples and how it forced us to learn and change our own approach. One was a carton manufacturing company, the other a biotech company in the field of stem cell research. About the same time, both the cases were going on. And like I bragged earlier, we did the same, why in India, how in India, and where in India. We did all of those exercises. And the both of them came to the level of fruition. At which point, we understood that there is a very small bylaw somewhere which bans aseptic carton manufacturing in a certain setup.
Okay.
And as far as the stem cell research was concerned, that was a whole lot of technology which I will not get into. Now, we did not just have to get sector specific, we had to get hyper specific into those sectors. Finally, I'm happy to announce both of those got grounded, and one because of the technology being important, the second because the manufacturing and the jobs creation being important. Both of them had different impacts, different sectors, and our approaches were also very diversified.
You know, it's wonderful. Great to see, you know, the depth at which investment people from investment agencies are talking about in sectors. We are almost, you know, about, you know, with the time for our session, but I'll request, you know, anyone. So, you know, we have in our audience, we have both. We've got both investors, and at the same time, we've got investment agencies. So, and we've today in this discussion really gone into the depths, looking into specific sectors, a lot into, you know, life sciences sector, pharmaceutical sector. We talked a little bit about mining. We talked about food processing. We talked a lot about tourism. Any one last parting remark, you know, which you'd like to share with the audience?
Well, I would say that if someone wants to reach a country and invest, maybe the person should go to look for some linkages in the cultural way and labor availability as well.
Chitra?
I think, like I said, sometimes you have to get so specific. It won't just be sector specific, it will be sector hyper specific. And I think as IPAs, we have to become specialists now.
Engineer Helberish?
I think His Excellency, the Minister of Finance, summed it very nicely yesterday in the budget statement. Tourism now is probably the second most important sector in Saudi, where it was, 5 years ago, it was probably in the negative for Saudi Arabia. So that is a huge opportunity moving forward for investors, and the Tourism Development Fund aims to be the success partner, and we're happy to support in whichever way we can.
Beautiful. Dr. Muhammad, you can see the clock. We are
exactly
in
20 seconds. So when the
20
opportunity becoming clear, it's not opportunity anymore. So I would say invest in Saudi.
Wonderful, wonderful. So we'd like to have a round of applause for, you know, our wonderful panelists. I think it could not have been more spot on. And guys, you can't see the clock there, but I can see it. And we are doing 3, 2, 1. Thank you so much, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats or make your way into the hall. We're going to start the final segment of the World Investment Conference very shortly. Please take your seats. Thank you. Your Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are in the final stretches of the 28th World Investment Conference. We just followed the very last panel discussion here on stage, and now we are entering the final segment of what is undoubtedly a very successful and insightful conference. Ladies and gentlemen, I can see the Highnesses, the Excellencies, everybody is starting to take their seats. Great to have you all with us. And before we get into the closing remarks, before we get into wrapping up, if you will, the 28th World Investment Conference and put it in the history books, we of course want to take this opportunity to acknowledge and appreciate some of the sponsors of this great event, with whom this all would not have been possible for obvious reasons, ladies and gentlemen. So this segment, very pleased to be handing out and acknowledging the Sponsor Appreciation Award. And to recognize the sponsors and give some preliminary remarks before we hand over the awards, it's my great pleasure to welcome back to the stage the Assistant Minister of Investment and the CEO of Invest Saudi. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back His Excellency Ibrahim Al Mubarak.
Thank you very much, Ali, and thank you for not asking any questions. You're making it easy for me. Well, good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum. Asakum Allah bil khair. Good afternoon, everyone. Wow, what a 3 days. It was, I can tell you myself, I really have enjoyed myself. I've made friends. I've met old friends, and I have learned a lot. So as we conclude here today, I want to thank all of you for your engagement, for your insights. And I would like to give a special thanks to my friends, James and Ismail, Ms. Rai, and the WIPA community at large for their support, for accepting our bid to host the World Investment Conference. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank our speakers and moderators for their valuable contributions, especially our MC, Ali. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. You've done a fantastic job. And I would like to also send my heartfelt gratitude to our sponsors. Thank you for your generosity. With your support, we have managed to really do this event to this level. Thank you. So we look forward for the next World Investment Conference. We look forward to working with WIPA, wider community. I think there is a lot we could do together. We have been engaging in discussions that this investment promotion space is not a zero-sum game. It's a bilateral relationship where we can all prosper. So we look forward to future prosperity for all WIPA members. Thank you all very much.
We are here together today for the 21st WIPA World Investment Conference. This is taking place in the beautiful old Ottoman Chiran Palace.
It's a wonderful venue. What a lovely place to be in.
So I'm very happy that we have a chance to enjoy, not only to do business, but also to enjoy the history, to enjoy the culture.
We have 170 members from 130 countries where they will come together to discuss WIPA's strategy, WIPA's activities, achievements over the past year.
Remember, we're having a new CEO in WIPA. Good work is being done. Kudos to the new team.
We are going to have very influential participants from OECD, from UNIDO and UNCTAD.
The WIPA annual conference is the best platform for investment promotion agencies from all over the world to meet, to exchange views, opinions, but also experience on the ongoing processes in foreign direct investments worldwide.
They are the organization that puts us all together. They can have all these experiences put together.
WIPA is doing a lot. They're helping their members to grow. WIPA has an advocacy role to play, and the CEO really doing it very well.
More than 130 countries are represented through almost 170 investment promotion agencies.
Investment promoting agencies from around the world will be benefited from this. They will have networking, they will have an understanding of the best practices all around.
Tonight we will go to Çubuklu for a gala dinner.
We will have fun a little bit. We are in the boat tour and between the Asia and Europe.
Your Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And thank you so much, of course, once again to His Excellency Ibrahim Al-Mubarak for your closing remarks, for your kind words, and of course, for your leadership as CEO of Invest Saudi, making this a very spectacular event. Ladies and gentlemen, as I pointed out, now is the time to recognize and acknowledge the wonderful sponsors that have helped make this event a successful one. And to hand out the Sponsor Appreciation Award, it is my great pleasure to welcome back to the stage His Excellency, the Minister of Investment, His Excellency Khaled Al-Faleh. Your Excellency. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to give out the Sponsor Appreciation Awards. They will be given out in 3 separate categories: silver, gold, and platinum. And the first Silver Sponsor Appreciation Award goes to the National Center for Privatization and PPP. Congratulations indeed to the National Center for Privatization and PPP. The next Silver Sponsor Appreciation Award goes to Premium Residency Center. Congratulations indeed. Stay right here, because this is the portion where we invite all silver, gold, and platinum Sponsor Appreciation Award recipients for a final group photo with His Excellency. Please come on stage. And let's give him another round of applause. And His Excellency is suggesting that all the leaders from WIPA is also joining. Your Excellency, please. Everyone for the final group photo, please join us here while I get out of the way. Let's give them another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations. Thank you so much, and congratulations to the recipients. Wonderful. Your Excellency, may I ask to stay with me on stage? You stay, if I may ask you to do so. Our job and task is not fully done yet. Still a couple more segments to go. This is actually a very nice one. We went from one group photo and we transitioned right into the next one, while of course this is flying over our heads for the good photos. Ladies and gentlemen, this program actually, there's a program called the Youth Initiative Program, which selects top performing students from leading universities here in Saudi Arabia, and they were invited to participate in the World Investment Conference. And I think this would be a wonderful opportunity to invite them